Minister for Education, Dr. Justin Valentin, Minister for Youth, Sports and Family, Mrs. Marie-Céline Zialor, Member of the National Assembly, Mr. Rocky Irani, Research Director, Australian Council for Educational Research, Dr. Goran Lazandich, Chief Executive Officers, members of the executive team, ministry officials, school leaders, participants, students, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the Ministry of Education Symposium, which is placing emphasis on raising attainment of all learners across both the public and private institutional setting. I am Mrs. Hélène Larue, and I am the principal for the School of Advanced Level Studies. It is an honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. I will be your MC for today's event. Raising the attainment of all learners is not just seen as a policy initiative, but it is also an ethical imperative. The raison d'être of the symposium stems from the persistent decline in examination results over the years in languages and mathematics, which continue to point toward a downward trend. This trend has been linked to several factors. In an attempt to address these, it is clear that a collective engagement from all stakeholders and partners in education is necessitated. This involves school leaders, researchers, teachers, parents, and learners, as well as national policymakers. This symposium brings together innovative ideas and proven practice, all focusing on how to translate pupil aspiration into tangible progress for individual learners. The aim is to bring together all stakeholders for an exchange and sharing of experiences on all aspects relating to learner attainment. The symposium is expected to offer an all-inclusive session of professional learning, opportunity for reflection and inspiration. It will equally offer practical strategies that can be implemented in schools going forward so that schools can feel empowered to better raise attainment for all of their learners. It also brings together educators and others interested in education. The program kicked off with a soft two-day training session where our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Goran Lazandich, capacitated middle learners on assessment strategies and how assessment data can be used to raise attainment. Today's program will involve speakers from all aspects of education and is expected to provide an exceptional value for learners, academics, and industry researchers. The stimulating presentations by schools are guaranteed to inspire, connect, and help shape the future of education on a national level. Following the presentations, there will also be opportunities for questions, discussions, and comments. Before I proceed any further, let me welcome the Minister for Education, Dr. Justin Valentin, to the podium to offer his opening remarks and officially launch the symposium under the theme, Working Together to Raise Attainment for All Learners. Minister.
Thank you, Ms. Hélène. Minister Marie-Céline Zialor, Minister for Youth, Sport and Family, members of the National Assembly, Honorable Rocky Irani, PSs of the Ministry of Education, Dr. Goran, our keynote speaker this morning, colleagues of the executive team of the Ministry of Education, head teachers, teachers, students, colleagues in education, good morning. Let me begin this opening remark by extending our warmest Seychelles greetings to Dr. Goran, who over this week has been the guest of honor at the Ministry of Education. In fact, Dr. Goran was unanimously selected by the organizing team as the person whom we should be inviting for the workshop and symposium. His previous involvement with the Ministry of Education through the UNESCO IB programs have been impactful. I understand he has been coming over to Seychelles a couple of times before, and he is certainly not an unfamiliar face to our local education community. When the proposal was put to me, I supported and endorsed the choice. I noted from his CV that he was connected and affiliated to ACER, the Australian Council for Education Research. When I was growing up as a semi-specialist in the assessment, testing, and measurement field, I would always refer to ACER as a source for literature or significant development in the assessment field. I am aware of some big names in the field of assessment who have worked for ACER. I had referenced the work of people like Jeff Masters, who at one point was the CEO of ACER. I had referenced the work of Gila Leader, published under the auspices of ACER. So to decide on flying an affiliate of ACER over to crown our symposium and workshop was probably the fastest decision I have made so far in my portfolio. I may be exaggerating, but the message is simple. We are confident that Dr. Goran has accumulated sufficient experiences in this domain to share with us. So, Dr. Goran, thank you for accepting to come over while I take this opportunity to ask all the participants to make the most of these few days. Dear colleagues, ever since I have started this journey as Minister for Education, I have been consistent in my narratives about assessment. Our education system needs attainment leaders who should be in a position to evoke excellence in the teachers under their care, and who should ultimately use assessment results to improve learning. My personal drive to quality assessment dated back 1994, when I was reading my Bachelor of Education at Edith Cowan University. There was that compulsory module, EDU 3101, Education Measurement and Evaluation, which then all students have to do via the external mode. That module introduced to me the world of evaluation, testing, and measurement. I instantaneously developed a love and a passion for classroom assessment. I was influenced to do my first thesis in this field, assessing the content validity and internal consistency, reliability of tests constructed by teachers without testing and measurement training. My thesis was relevant then, as teachers within our education system were not necessarily given training in that specific area. My thesis brought a new discourse within the local education system. During the year 1997 to 2000, I spent most of my afternoons doing workshops in schools across the country. I can still remember at the dawn of the new millennium when, along with other colleagues, we conducted Saturday sessions on assessment and testing in regional centers across the island. We are now almost back to the future. My dear colleagues, we have gathered today to synchronize our commitment on assessment. We all have this urge to see our students achieving more successes in schools. This symposium is about the building of a new assessment regime, about the formation of new attainment leaders, about equipping teachers that can look into assessment results and formulate accurate stories and drawing the best possible conclusion about the students' learning. This symposium is about building our assessment literacy and ensuring that our teachers and leaders will ultimately use assessment results and ensure worthwhile learning outcomes. To me, this should be a powerful symposium. We have gathered here today under the theme, working together to raise attainment of all learners. This theme is not accidental. On the contrary, it explains our proactiveness in spearheading a new initiative for us to once and for all take the bull by the horn, so to speak, and find solution to our problem in a strategic and sustained manner. We should and we will offset this worrying trend in performance. We want more successes from all our students. On February 12 this year, a press conference on the students' performance in national and international examination was held with all media houses. I underscored that improving performance remained a priority element in the strategic plan and target of the Ministry of Education. And while 2021 was a year of pronouncement, 2022 will be one of actions. I also made an important undertaking. We would meet in good time to have a serious conversation on the results of assessment. Ladies and gentlemen, we have kept this rendezvous, and here we are today. Cognizant of the Ministry of Education's vision to empower our citizens to contribute positively to the process of building a sustainable, peaceful, and harmonious Seychelles society, we remain resolved as the principal advisor to the government on education matters to maintain a clear focus on the long-term health and performance of the system, ensuring that all learners strive to make achievement possible and worthwhile. We will continue to strive to create context for all parties in the system to deliver and fulfill the major intent of the government in relation to education through the establishment of links and platforms for other sectors of the community, including the private and public, to network meaningfully towards facilitating achievements of all learners in Seychelles. The strategic plan of the Ministry of Education for the period 2021-2024 outlines clearly the strategic direction of the Ministry of Education to all stakeholders in education over the next 3 years. Regards to attainment, it aims to ensure that all learners get equal opportunities to achieve educational successes while ensuring the holistic development within the system. More specifically, the plan makes provision for mechanisms to be put in place to measure learners' performance systematically, coupled with the development of a comprehensive special education needs and disability models. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not do justice to the theme of this symposium if I do not share my thoughts on attainment. Attainment is an individual's passport to personal, social, cultural, and economic opportunities. Raising attainment means improving life chances. This does not just simply focusing on exam results, but instead looking at attainment in its wider sense. It is this rich attainment which enables all our students to make good progress and develop the skills, ambition, and the know-how they need to improve life challenges and opportunities. Every part of our education system has a part to play. The early years are crucial, laying the foundation for future learning and development, moving through to schools and beyond. So to raise attainment, we need to make strong progress at each stage of learning. By ensuring that every child is progressing well at all ages, by maintaining the pace of progress, and by consistently building confidence, we can help to further improve the opportunities for our students. We have many successful learners being taught by a lot of great teachers across Seychelles. Although I do not want to preempt the discussion, I think that at this point we need to reflect deeply on the following questions. How do we increase the ambition, aspiration, and expectation of every learner? How do we deliver excellent learning and teaching in every classroom, every day? How do we develop effective leadership at all levels to improve attainment? How do we engage families and the wider community in raising attainment? How do we use information intelligently to understand progress? Having looked at the program of the symposium, I believe it promises to be interesting and thought-provoking. The sub-themes are very relevant and encompassing, and I am sure that it will provide the opportunity for participants to delve and debate on a myriad of issues relevant to attainment. This will ultimately culminate into silent recommendations which will allow us to address underperformance in our education institutions. I am pleased to note that members of the attainment team have had the opportunity to follow training on the 16th and 17th May, which was conducted by Dr. Goran. You will recall that this was one of the pronouncements I made at the beginning of this year, which is part of our endeavor to strengthen capacity in our school. Fairly cool, LIFO. Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed making headway. I have no doubt that members of the attainment team will make optimum use of the knowledge and skills to improve the quality of analysis and results and put in place robust mechanisms at the respective schools to track every learner's progress and intervene in a timely manner when attainment appears to be dipping. Please, let us not forget that we need to hold ourselves accountable for the progress of each and every learner. In conclusion, let me propose a vote of thanks. I have already thanked Dr. Goran for being with us. I wish to commend the symposium organizing team for working tirelessly to ensure the smooth organization of this important event. I wish to thank Mr. Cyril Pilet for leading the organizing committee. I am also thankful to all the media houses for providing coverage. Most importantly, I am grateful to all the participants of this symposium and for all members of the education team who have understood my vision of quality education, and for those of you who are trying your best to make others understand this vision. On this note, I would like to wish all participants fruitful deliberation. Our education system has an old culture of assessing students. In my opinion, we test students on academic matters too early and too soon. We test to rank students. We test to classify students in streams. And I wonder about the extent to which we test to understand how students are learning and how curriculum should be revised to achieve whatever it purports to measure. If there is a reform which I hope to carry out in assessment field in the Seychelles, it will certainly be a reform to develop a new assessment regime for our students. I hope that you should be able to reflect on this point in our plenary sessions over the 2 days. Now, I have the pleasure to officially launch the Education Symposium under the theme, Working Together to Raise Attainment of All Learners. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Minister. Today's workshop is two-pronged in that it will feature 5 presentations from speakers from different educational institutions and backgrounds, and it will also provide attendees with an opportunity to ask questions and make comments. All presentations and discussions will be led by our moderator, Ms. Tyra Four. Ms. Four is the Principal Education Officer in the Curriculum Coordination and Support section within the Ministry of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, it now gives me great pleasure to invite our guest and keynote speaker, Dr. Goran Lazandich. Dr. Lazandich will be speaking about how to measure and improve learners' attainment. Before Dr. Lazandich assumes the podium, allow me to read his short bio. Dr. Goran Lazandich is Research Director, System-Wide Testing and Manager in the Sydney office at the Australian Council for Educational Research. Before joining ACER in 2019, Dr. Goran was Senior Manager, Research and Development with the Australian Curriculum Assessment and Reporting Authority. His research experience and interests include large-scale assessments, educational measurement, multi-stage adaptive test, and the science of learning. He currently provides high-level measurement expertise and leadership for assessment programs and educational policy efforts at the national, regional, and international levels. Dr. Lazandich served as a senior assessment specialist with the UNESCO International Bureau of Education and is an honorary associate at the Center for Educational Measurement and Assessment, the University of Sydney. He holds a PhD in cognitive psychology from the University of New South Wales. Dr. Lazandich, the floor is yours.
I can use the clicker. Excellent. Good morning to you all. Honorable ministers, organizing committee, dear officials and colleagues, teachers, students, and if I may say friends. This is my fourth time being here in Seychelles, in this room, and I see a lot of familiar faces. I can now handle 2 teaspoons of Seychelles chili sauce, and I hope if I get to 5, you might consider me for honorable citizen. Today, I am going to share with you some of our research, some of our experiences that is being built over the years in Australia and championed by Australian researcher, if I may humbly say. Story of improving attainment, improving growth in student achievement is actually quite easy. There are 3 steps that we need to take. We need to measure the attainment. We need to know where are our students located on their trajectory of learning. But the second step is quite a bit harder and quite more involved. As Minister for Education, Dr. Justine, just said in his research, looked at, bringing meaning to the measurement is the next hard step. Understanding what students can do, what a student's thinking process is, and how we can motivate them to become learners is that hard second step that we all have to work together. The last step is to use that insight, to use that diagnostic information as a diagnostic feedback to close the gaps. Whoops. And we're back. To use that diagnostic feedback to close the gaps in the learning that we observed, and to lift the students' performance even further up. I think we just lost the connection. Just be with us for a while. Okay, right. The most important thing is to understand that every learner has potential and capacity to grow in their learning. And what our job is to understand what is a starting point, how far in trajectory of learning we can push every student, and what is the support that we need to give to the students, to the teachers, to the schools, and to the parents. And what I'm going to suggest is that the key tool in these efforts is a formative classroom assessment. We all know that we heard the word formative assessments. We all heard the word classroom assessment, and we make the connection between the two, and we often confuse them to be the same. It is true that formative assessments are mostly classroom assessment. But it's not true that every classroom assessment is a formative assessment. So let's have a look at what the formative assessments are. This is the latest definition of formative assessments, and I will read it to you word by word. Formative assessments is a planned, ongoing process used by all students and teachers during learning and teaching to elicit and use the evidence of students' learning to improve understanding of intended discipline and support students to become self-direct learners. So the key here is that the activity has to be planned. It has to be ongoing. It's a process that involves students, teachers, and it has to result in growth in students' achievement, but also it has to help students become learners and take the learning in their own hands. How do we do that? Well, we need to have a clear understanding of what the goals of learnings are and what are the goals of the formative assessments. We need to elicit and conduct the analysis not just of students' scores, but of students' thinking, cognitive process, and thoughts. We need to provide actionable feedback to the teachers. And that actionable feedback means timely and effective feedback that will create the growth in learning. We need to engage students in assessments, in peer learning, and we need to provide feedback to adjust the learning strategies, to review our curriculum materials, to evaluate our teaching and learning preparation. Underpinning formative assessment, all the research is telling us that to link the assessment, action, and improvement, the three need to be underpinned by same theory of learning. This is shown in research by Heritage and his colleagues, that they show the teachers are really well in understanding how the students are progressing. But they're struggling to see what's the next step for each student relatively to their progression level. Teachers know what is in their program of study, what is in the curriculum, but they can't always link that with the speed by some students are growing, with the gaps that they need to fill for other students. So to overcome that apparent contradiction, what we really need is understanding of how typical students grow alongside the learning trajectory. And the way to formalize that is to establish, evaluate, and then implement learning progressions. And the research that was done by Mark Wilson since the late 90s, and some research that's being done by some of the people that the Honorable Minister mentioned, suggests that learning progressions, formal learning progressions, are that binding element of the classroom formative assessment. What are the learning progressions? Learning progressions are a description of knowledge, skills, and understanding that students typically develop as it progresses through a school. Learning progressions are not replacement for the curriculum. Learning progressions are supporting the curriculum because they are providing information about typical trajectory of growth for students. But they do have two elements. One is quantitative and the other one is qualitative. The quantitative element of learning progressions is the numerical scale. is the scale that is based on empirical evidence what students can and can't do. Items and tasks are then calibrated along the same scale that is used to report a student's performance. So we have both items and students on the same measurement scale. And items and tasks need to differentiate between different skills and knowledges and understanding that are laid out in the curriculum documents and that we expect students to develop as a part of their learning. Qualitative element is integral part of the learning progressions. If we just have the measurements, we don't have insights in students' thinking and in students' performance. It is the qualitative measurements that tell us what each of the region of the scale means in terms of these knowledge, skills, and understanding. And we typically structure those regions and report them as a proficiency levels or the learning progression levels. Professor Mark Wilson likes to depict learning progression as thought bubbles. Because we can all agree, even if you don't support the notion of formal learning progressions, that when students enter the school, it has less knowledge, and as it progresses through school, accumulates more knowledge, accumulates more complex knowledge. So we would all agree that students' trajectory of learning is progressing from the first grade to the last. But what makes the learning progression different is that we do have empirical data of what students can and can't do at every stage of their learning. And we can translate that empirical data into the scales. And for each of these scales, we can establish levels. And for each of these levels, we can then describe the learning that we all agree exists here on the left. So that is the difference between formal learning progressions and just common understanding of learning trajectory. Now, that doesn't mean that all of the learning progressions have to be simple or linear. Here's an example of learning progressions that are developed to support Australian national curriculum, and this is only 2 years ago that these learning progressions are developed. Now, this is learning progressions for numeracy, and I don't want to show you the details, but what I want to point you out that slice of pie there in the sort of 2 o'clock position that says proportional thinking, you see how that slice of learning progression is smaller than the rest of the learning progressions for other elements? You see how it starts later? This is an example that one can develop learning progression for complex subjects that are taught in a cyclical manner, that are not taught simply, from one lesson to another lesson. So I hope that this is just a small example to show you that learning progressions are not trying to streamline everything into a single simplistic representation. They can be as complex as this discipline that you are trying to teach. What learning progressions do in terms of the reporting of student attainment and achievement, they're enabling us to focus on growth in students' performance. This is an actual example of a school from Australia, and these are the results of students on the numeracy test. The first point is the results for students in the numeracy test when they are in year 3. The second point is students' results from last year when the same students were in year 5. And you can see here 2 lines of a different color. The top line, the blue line, is the line for that school. It shows how much growth students had in that school in between 2 years. When you look at the performance of all other students with the same starting point, you can see that this school has grown its students significantly more. Students from that school ended up in band 7 of NAPLAN, which is its own learning progression. Whereas the rest of the students are sitting in the middle of the band 6. So the important information here is that focusing on how fast students are learning, we are actually able to lift the performance, and we are able to interpret the performance when we see the differences between growth achieved in two schools. Support and professional development for teachers and schools is key elements of successful implementation of classroom formative assessments. Schools need to be equipped with necessary resources. They have to have skills and knowledge, and formative assessment has to be integrated in other teaching and assessment activities. Classroom formative assessments have to be developed in a sustained and strategic effort. Effective formative assessments are dependent on the solid knowledge of the content that is being taught and learning progression through as they're providing further elaboration of the curriculum content are essential part of those skills that we need to equip our teachers with. Where does the support for teachers links directly to the learning progressions, though? Here is the example of the learning progressions that ACR has developed over the last 20 years. And you will see that it has 4 layers. The first 2 layers are typical for the learning progression. It has discipline understanding, it has levels, it has level descriptors. What is different, though, is that the last layer contains supplementary materials, instructional activities, examples of tasks, examples of students' performance that are directly linked to the strand-based level descriptors and then to the level progressions. So, when you know where the student is in a ACR learning progression, you know that the next level that needs to push that students, we can just look at the materials and pull the instructional materials and have ready-made action plan for the next step. Ready-made plan of feedback and actions for the student. So, to go back to the first slide that I started with, how do I see that attainment can be improved? We need to have formative assessments that provide valid and reliable results. Formative assessments should provide actionable advice that is immediately available to the teachers. They must be part of a well-integrated assessment system. They have to link to the termly exams. They have to link to the key stage tests. Students have to know what's the expectation of classroom formative assessments and what are the expectation of other forms of assessment. And the assessments need to provide a clear indication of what type of professional development and what type of professional support we need to provide to our schools and teachers. So, reflecting on the current state of affairs in Seychelles, competency-based assessment framework is in development. And it has been in development for some years. Some pilot studies have been done. Some of the learning progression levels that underpin the new assessments have been prepared. And The new curriculum and the new assessment framework will provide a strong basis for development of the learning progressions of the types that I was just talking you about. Now, to finish, let me try to paint you a story. It's Friday. A P2 teacher in Grand Anse Praline Primary School realizes that some of the students might be struggling with the reading comprehension. She decided that a quick test, 5 items per each level, could help understand where the students are. She promptly logs into an item bank that Educational Ministry maintains and curates and pulls the item for the test. On Monday morning, she gathered the items, prints the test, and gives tests to the students. While students are doing the test, she prepares the marking answer sheet for the students. After the tea break, students come back, and then they mark each other's work, distributed across the classroom. While students are doing that, teachers is preparing for the next step, entering the marks into the system that is very simple and is provided by the ministry. It's simple as items, students, zeros for incorrect responses, ones for correct responses. Teacher enters that report and immediately gets a class report that tells teacher that 80% of students are operating at level 1, another 80% of students are operating at level 2, and that around 50% of her class have reached items at level 3. Teacher did not expect that some students can't do items in level 1. So she focuses on the students who scored 57 points or less on a test and realizes that none of those students can do items in level 3. They can barely do items at level 2, and they're struggling with one particular item at level 1. Immediately, because the item classification sheet has links between item, level descriptor, and program of study code, teacher can pull in what space, what place of program of study the skill that is assessed in the item 5 were taught. Immediately, because they know that program of study, they know what immediate action needs to be taken to address this particular gap. And the teacher can then go through other items and makes the similar connection. And by the end of the day, teacher have action plan for 3 steps to do with the students that might be lagging behind her expectation. So, in conclusion, I think that I provide you enough thought to convince you that learning progression, supporting the classroom formative assessment, integrated with termly exam, integrated with key stage tests, are essential ingredients for lifting performance of your students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lazandich. We will now open the floor for any questions and comments, so I will leave you in the good hands of Ms. Tyra, who will take over as moderator.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Lazandich, for this insightful keynote address, and which sets the tone for the National Symposium. We'd like to invite you to kindly take a seat at our head table for the questions, comments, and clarifications that will come. Dear audience, we have about 30 minutes to provide questions, to ask for clarifications to Dr. Lazandich. As you may see, in the middle we have sets of microphones that have been put up, and this is for you to be able to ask your questions or clarifications to him. So when you do so, please kindly introduce yourself and your schools, and then you may proceed. If there's anybody in the house inside today that has a questions and would like to kickstart the session, please just raise your hand and I will give you the opportunity to start the sessions. Yes, Ms. Magda.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry? I think so. First of all, Professor, let me thank you for your presentation. I just have two questions. The first one, listening to your presentation, you have focused a lot on formative assessment. If you can give us your personal opinion on summative assessment, please, briefly. And then secondly, currently in our educational system, we have a competency-based approach from, let's say, primary 3 to primary 6. Perhaps if you can advise us, if you relate it to our assessment structure, what are some improvements perhaps we have to make so to better align the way of assessing our pupils with the CBA that we have in place? Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me at the back? Good. So I do believe that summative assessments have a significant role in educational system to play. We all need to be accountable to parents, to students, and to wider community. And I do think that summative assessments, they're the only assessments that can provide that accountability role. I do, however, think that we need to change the way how we are developing our summative assessments. I think that we need to integrate summative assessments more into our learning and teaching strategies from the point of not just reaching the standards or the end goal, but from the point of signaling to the students their learning potential. So at the end, when I was talking about integrated system of assessments, there is no reason why some of the learning progression underpinning that we are proposing for classroom assessments can't be applied for the summative assessments as well. So I hope in that way, summative assessments are not just something the students practice for. They are simply another form of assessment. Students know that they are assessed on the same learning trajectory. There is no need for teaching to the test if what we are assessing in the summative assessments is part of our everyday teaching, learning, and continuous assessment. So that is my strong view on the summative assessment. And to your question about competency-based assessment, I think that competency-based assessment is the modern development. The Seychelles are there in lockstep with other countries. The competency-based assessment actually lends itself to developing an assessment system much more than traditional assessments because it provides clear path to create a whole set of assessments that are criterion referenced. And the criterion reference tests, those criterions are in the competency-based assessment, are in competency-based curriculum. So what we need to do is translate them into our assessment frameworks. And this is where I see that learning progressions can play the biggest role because the curriculum by its nature is cyclical. We return to the same content over and over again. It's not developmental, to lack of other words. Whereas learning progressions can help us order those competencies based on what students do. So we have a realistic ordering of the learning trajectory for all of our students. And then that can be applied to formative assessments, to termly exams, and to the key stage testing.
Thank you, Dr. Lazandich. Ms. Walls, does it answer your questions? Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, Minister Diallo.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Dr. Goran. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I might not have a question, maybe a comment that you might want to respond to. First of all, to everybody in the room, the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Family supports this initiative, so you have all of our support. That's why I'm here. Second of all, in any initiatives that is new, we have got to make sure we include the parents, because they're so used to their kids being evaluated, being tested in a particular way, and there might be some resistance as well. So this is my comment, and then maybe into how do we get to this point, and maybe your experience in other countries that you've worked, and you've been here in Seychelles, so you know the culture quite a bit. How do we get the next step once Ministry of Education has agreed on the way forward? We get the wider community to buy in ownership. Education is everybody's business, and not just for the Ministry of Education, which has been the case for years. So breaking this mentality. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. I think that is an excellent question. Without involving parents in education, we will not get the outcomes that we will see. Some of the experiences that we have in Australia has shown that significant element of such a reform is the formal outreach to parents in a form of school reports. So when students are taking the national assessment test in Australia, NAPLAN, after results are analyzed, each parent gets a report on how students perform in the test. The report actually focuses on these NAPLAN performance levels, because they have descriptors that parents should understand. Parents might not be able to understand, and you don't expect parents to understand a curriculum document. But they understand a descriptor of a level. They understand the difference of the level 2 and in level 3. And that's how we communicate to the parents in terms of providing the report of how students are performing. What that does takes away of focus on grades. So when the NAPLAN report goes to the parents, it doesn't contain any grades. But it does contain information at which level students are at the moment, and it contains the understanding of knowledge and what's a student expected to do next. So we heard back from the teachers that parents are now coming to schools and saying, my student, my child is at level 2. When are you going to be doing them when are you going to be doing them, long division, or when are you going to be teaching them fractions? So that changes the discussion from, I want my kid to get grade B, to what are you teaching and how can I support you in teaching? And I can tell you that student report is one of the reasons why National Assessment Program in Australia is still ongoing.
Thank you, Dr. Lazandich, Minister. Yes, so I have been informed that Minister Valentin, Minister Diallo, and our two PSs will unfortunately have to... Only one. Okay, will unfortunately be leaving us. So we just want to say thank you for making time this morning to be with us, and for the contributions that may come even after the symposium is over. And we look forward to the collaborations and recommendations and implementations of whatever comes out from these sessions. So thank you, Minister Valentin, Minister Diallo, and PS L'Espérance. Okay, so we continue. Yes, Miss Heidi.
Good morning. I wanted to ask if in Australia all students are being assessed using the same paper in each level, international assessment.
No. So basically for each year level there is a different set of papers.
Yes, I mean in the same level if they are using the same paper despite the academic level.
For the national test, we have implemented a multi-stage adaptive test since 2018. So this is a computer-based test, so that consists of 3 parts. The first part of the test is the same for all of the students, and then depending on the performance of students in that first part, they are routed to a slightly more demanding set of items or to a less demanding set of items. And then after the second part, the scores from the first and the second testlet, as we call them, and that is a technical term, their results are used to send them then to the last set of testlets, to the sort of most demanding, to the sort of standard, the middle sort of part, and then obviously to the lowest, to the lowest demanding set of items.
So it depends on the academic level of each student.
Yes, so that's actually done on the fly as the students are responding to the test.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Heidi. Thank you, Dr. Lazandich. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Acedo.
Good morning, Doctor. Good morning. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm Goran Lazandich, Chief Education Officer for Attainment and Entrepreneurship. In fact, I'm very fond with regards to
Mr.
Sorry for that. Yes, Doctor, my question is about the concept of differentiated learning and mixability. Just a follow-up to Ms. Heidi's question. So what is your take with regards to the assessment method? If, for example, we are to move towards differentiated learning and mixability, and I've been in Australia as well, if you could comment a little bit on the assessment of TVET. I know it is a little bit kind of contentious in Australia. What's your view on those 3 areas? Thank you.
The sort of the learning progressions of the type that I presented are going to help with us with the differentiated learning as well, because they will where are you going to differentiate your students based on what information? So learning progressions are, in my opinion, the best way to do so, because it will tell you whether students are in level 2 or whether students are operating in level 6. And that's, I think, where should differentiated learning be happening. So that's in terms of the support. What type of assessments you can develop to support those assessments is obviously, ideally we will have some form of computer adaptive test. Multi-stage adaptive test is sort of what I would refer to ideal situation for that thing. There has been attempts, and I know that there are people in especially Northern Territory of Australia, people have used the multi-entry tests. So basically this is a test where it has 100 items printed, and teacher sort of decides where the students should start the test. I think the better option is to have a small paper test that with immediate sort of 4 or 5 questions, and then based on the response of these 4 or 5 questions, if the students get the questions right, and students can mark themselves there. You can have 4 questions on 1 page, responses on the second page. Students can mark themselves. If they have 3 and more, start on page 25. If you have 2 or more, start on page 14. So you can run those in a sort of a printed low-tech form. As for the differentiated learning reforms and assessment, that's really not my area of expertise, so I wouldn't like to speculate on that.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Okay, Thank you, Doctor. Anybody else? Yes. Any more questions, clarifications, comments that you would want to address? Miss? Yes, Miss Laura?
Good morning, and nice to see you again.
Good morning. Okay, good morning to you all. I was in the training for the past 2 days, but I believe, thank you, Doctor, for your presentation first, but I believe it is, I'm scared. I believe it is something that, as a group of educators, we need to really get the grasp of the new modes, because we're talking about the learning progression and what do we know, what do we have in regards to learning progression here. Miss talked about CBA, yes. We've embarked on this approach since 2017, and to embark on learning progression, definitely it would be something good. But right now, as Deputy of Studies, what do we have at hand to work with? Because we will be imparting this to our teachers, to the people in our school, but we don't have anything at hand. I know I got the explanation yesterday, but I believe it will be good that everyone here, they do learn about it as well. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, I just want to stress that at this point, this is my proposal how to move classroom assessments in Seychelles. You will have to make that decision for yourself. Is that a path that you would like to pursue? And if you make that decision, then that decision will have to be supported by resources. It will have to be supported by professional training and professional development. My comment and to your reference that the new curriculum has started in 2017 is that in terms of the timeline for the curriculum implementation and then reform of the assessment system, I think that we are having this symposium about the right time where we should be having it, because every time a new curriculum goes into the schools, it has to become, starts its own life. It has to go off the pages. It has to go into program of studies. It has to go into the teaching. It has to go into the learning. So I think that it wouldn't be opportune to do both at the same time. I think the curriculum needs the time to sort of ripen a bit, to use the word. And then when that happens, that's the point where you would introduce reforms to your assessment systems that are reflecting the state of the curriculum that you have at that point. So I think that those reforms have to be strategic, but they have to be done in consultation with schools, with teachers, and that everyone should agree on the pace of change. So I think that's the process that needs to start, and you need to be part of that process.
Thank you, Doctor. Yes, Mrs. Lagoinad.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. And like everybody else, I would like to thank you, Doctor, for your absolutely brilliant presentation. In support of what you have said and in reply to the question that was asked earlier, S.I.T.E has the mandate to train teachers, and as the new director coming in, we've been told, or I've been told, that S.I.T.E will have to be active in providing professional development sessions to schools and to the country, if you like, because we have to bring in parents as well on board. If parents are going to monitor their children's learning, they will need to know what is going on in the schools and how to interpret results that their students come home with, be that in terms of direct reporting on assignments or on the termly report, results of their summative assessments or formative assessments. So there will be training eventually. It will not happen immediately, but there is the plan for that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I do believe that the earlier that we can get teachers into this process, even teachers in the training, and I think that one of the strengths of Seychelles assessment system is that teachers are absolutely involved in all of the aspects of the assessments. And you don't see that anywhere else. It's very rare, actually, to find such a cohesion between teaching profession and the assessments.
Yeah, and we hope to be able to close the gap eventually with the training. And the training, we had initially thought would start immediately, but the plans will have to be approved first. And subsequent to that, yes, we will engage in it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nagonad. Anybody else? Yes, Mrs. Intep.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation. I'm Mrs. Intep, head teacher of Il Perseverance Secondary School. I last year completed my master's degree in curriculum and instruction, and my thesis was based on looking at the perceptions and practices of classroom assessments for English language teachers. And what I concluded from my thesis was the fact that the concept of classroom assessment was not really known by teachers. They were doing a lot of summative assessments, and they thought it was classroom assessment. So I thank you for bringing back this concept. But when I look at what we've been doing before, long before, we were doing a lot more formative assessments, classroom assessments, than what is happening now. And the reason I believe that we have suffered in terms of the attainment, even in English, it's because we have stopped a lot of what we used to do, which when I looked at it was a lot more formative classroom assessments than what is happening now. And I think we need to go back to those things. And your presentation is very timely, and I believe we should go along that line so that we can see a change in the attainment, even at the level of the success, the performance in English. We might look at it and we are seeing a lot of scores going high, but talk to the students, then you will know what it is, whether they are really attaining or whether they are really achieving the specific areas they should be doing, or whether it's just a mark that is high in respect to looking at it globally, but not necessarily attaining. And a lot of thought needs to be done also in regards to our record of achievement, if we have to go in the line of classroom assessments, formative assessment, and the progression that we are talking about. Because right now, the record of achievement is not really a record of achievement. It's not really showing the achievement of students. It is showing a score, and that it is labeling a student that you have not really reached a score that is required. But we really need to look at a lot of these things. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Yes, I agree with you that the problems will occur when we confuse the purposes of different assessments. And as I said, summative assessments has its own purposes, but we need to have a set of assessments that teachers can only focus on students and the feedback that they are giving to students. not on reporting back to the head teachers, not on reporting back to the principals, and sort of taking some of that, I hope, can reduce that burden on teachers and give them a bit of a freedom to focus on their students.
Thank you. One last round to ask whether there's any more questions, clarifications before I hand you over in the good hands of Mrs. Larue. Yes, Monsieur Morel.
Good morning, everybody. Something that I picked up from the presentation, well, I'm Mr. Moel from Pleasant Secondary, Deputy for Studies. Something that I picked up from the presentation was the ownership of student towards their learning. Maybe for the benefit of the students who are here today, and so that they also pass on the information that they have their part to do. What are some of the strategies that they will need to bring on themselves? We know that the teachers also has their part, the parents, but then the students, what are they going to do towards the ownership of their learning in that aspect? Thank you.
Absolutely agree with you that students have part to play. And I think the first step is to get them involved with the assessment process. You know, get students to mark their own work. Get students to mark each other's work. Get students to analyze the wrong answers in their own test. How are those wrong answers linked to those same learning progressions? Because if we have a good test, good formative test, and even if it's a simple multiple choice question, we can link those distractors, those long answers, to some of the knowledge that happened before, or to some of the knowledge that we expect students will have if they haven't reached the levels that we want. So involve students in the assessment process itself. Also, be transparent to the students what you expect of them for those activities. Students should know what you expect these tests to be used for. We had discussion in our training, should we, if we are running a formative classroom assessment, should we sort of make a record of it in a record book? Should we use the results in grades? I'm going to say no, because students have different relationship to grades than they have to their own learning. And I think we have to respect that. And I think if we involve students in that learning, in that process, that will help them understand what they need to do when we say learn to learn. And then the second aspect of this formative assessment that I think is useful is that students, when they receive these formative assessments in a classroom, they can actually see what's ahead of them in terms of the learning. You know, they can see that they can do 12 out of the 15 questions. And then the last 3 questions, if they're clearly linked to what's happening next in teaching and learning, is signaling students where they ought to be heading. So students might decide to flip the textbook and look, you know, and read beyond the pages that teacher gave them to read. So I think creating situation in which students' own curiosity is going to take them to further learning is the second step in that process. And then we should leave it to them. They are better and smarter than most of us.
Thank you, Dr. Lazandich. I will hand over the mic to Ms. Elaine to guide us through the rest of this morning.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thyra, and thank you very much, Dr. Goran. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break, about half an hour. So we will resume here at 11 a.m. We have 11, it's fine? 10:50? Okay, because we're breaking off a little early. So we'll resume here at 10:50. Now, because of health regulations, we have 2 stations. So we have one upstairs in the cafeteria, and the other one is in the MOE hall, which is right at the back of site. So if we can split ourselves up, so some can go up in the cafeteria and the others can move to the hall. We'll have some refreshments, can have some time to connect with all other participants. So thank you once again for this morning, and we'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, yeah. my baby, let's go free. All night long, viens avec moi au carnaval. Danser l'amour toute la nuit. On y va. Venez, 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 venez. Explique-moi l'amour, mon frère, au désir. Venez, 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 venez. Fais-moi ainsi vivre 10 000 morts. Viens avec moi au carnaval. Danser l'amour toute la nuit. Welcome to the Seychelles, sweet paradise. In my eyes, bienvenue aux Seychelles, vive le soleil. Welcome to the Seychelles.
Hago la lumière. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for settling down in your seats. We are now ready to switch to part 2 of today's symposium, which will include the presentations from the different speakers. Before the presentations begin, let me just tell you how the symposium will run and how the presentations will go along. Firstly, we will have 3 speakers doing their presentations back to back, and each speaker will be allowed a total of 15 minutes to present their material. Preceding the first 3 presentations, we will have a question and comment session for approximately half an hour, where members of the public, you'll all be given the opportunity for you to share your feedback and comments and ask questions. So without any delay, let us just proceed with our first presentation, which will focus on trends in performance. The presentation will be done by Mr. Kevin Telemak, who will just give us a synopsis of examination performances in public secondary schools in the last 5 years, with specific reference to the Ministry of Education's benchmark, which is the 50% that is well known by all of us, which is the A star to C. And this, he will give us the performance in the national and international examinations. Mr. Kevin Telemak is the Chief Assessment Officer at the Assessment Section. And in the course of his professional work, he followed an educational assessment with the University of Cambridge in 1995 and the RASH RIT module in educational assessment with the Murdoch University in 2007. Mr. Telemak started his career as a science teacher and was later transferred to the Ministry of Education to work as a curriculum development officer. From assessment section ranging from education officer to assistant. Mr. Telemak holds a bachelor's degree and a master's degree. Telemak, please, I would like to invite you to the floor to begin with.
Thank you. Good morning, PS. Good morning, officers of the Ministry of Education. Guests, invited guests and participants. Okay. Those last few days have been all about, for the right reason, teacher assessment, formative assessment, and trying to understand how students learn. And here I am now focusing on grades. However, both has the place. We have to realign our assessment regime in such a way that it caters for both elements. For the time being, it's a bit too bent towards grades rather than progression levels and reporting on how students this short presentation will look at performances in national and international examinations based on the ministry's benchmark S.I.T.E and enrollment. Okay, we're looking only at key examinations. Okay, examinations that are linked to exit points. Okay, primary 6 national examination, students leaving primary to go to the secondary, and then we have S.I.T.E, which is not really sort of exit, but it's it's a point whereby students have to make certain option choices. It's the sort of mid secondary, and then we have all other international exams related to exiting, tertiary education, and so on. Okay, those examinations are GCSE, DELF, and A-level. So I will start with the P6 national examination. It's not working. Okay. The enrollment for P6 national examinations over the past 5 years has been about 1,300 students. Okay, 1,300 also. Yeah. Now, when we look at performances in terms of grades S.I.T.E, by the way, the red line is the benchmark of 50% grades S.I.T.E that we aspiring, and we see that in languages, okay, performances are closer to the red line, okay, and we see in Creole in 1 or 2 years they have surpassed or sort of equal that benchmark, okay, and French is not that far, but there's still some room to move towards. However, we see a decline in English, except in the last year. Let's compare this to non-languages, math, science, and social studies. We see they are quite a distance from the red line. Okay, so there's more to do, especially in this area. Right. Now, let's look at this from another perspective. The exiting profile of students leaving primary schooling. You see that almost 50%, gross 40 to 50% of those students did not receive any grades in terms of S.I.T.E across the 6 subjects they have sat for. Okay? And you see those small numbers down there. They are the students, about 11%, that have managed to score S.I.T.E across all the 6 subjects. So this is important. Now, let's look at end of key stage for examination. By the way, it's worth noting that upon exiting primary, naturally, we would expect students to be equipped with knowledge and skills to be successful at secondary level, have the necessary foundation. So we can look at it in this, against this backdrop. End of key stage for examination, S.I.T., we see the enrollment is more or less similar to that of primary 56, okay, around 1200 to 1300. Here, the picture is more or less the same as P6 national exam, but it's worse in a way. it's a worse version. You'll see that all those bars that are closer to the 50% line relates to English and French languages, okay? And there's a decline here in 2017, okay? Decline in performances across the subjects, okay? You see those subjects such as math, science, geography, and history, they have been very, very far from the ministry's benchmark, okay? Now, we take a look at the profile. It's a bit worse than for P6. More than half on average, about 40 to 50% of students have not scored in the last 5 years any grades between A* to C, okay? And you see the decimal figures in terms of percentage in regards to students who have scored A* to C across all the 6 subjects. Yes? Cambridge IGCSE examination, okay? We look at trend in enrollment against the S5 population. You see that it has been going down, okay? And it took a sharp drop last year from 63% to 49%. So it means last year, only 49% of the total S5 population sat for at least one IGCSE subject. Yeah. You see, especially at this juncture, 2018-2019, the population and the percentage of students, the number of students sitting IGCSE, they are more or less, they have the same trajectory, okay? Here, the population has gone down, and you see number of students sitting at least one IGCSE going down. It's up a bit, but here they are repelling, if I may use this term. So you see, there's a sharp increase in number of in the S5 population, and a sharp decrease in IGCSE population. There's a more positive picture when you look at the actual performances across the subjects. Okay, you see that there are a number of subjects that have exceeded the ministry's benchmark. Here, first language English, it has always exceeded the benchmark of the Ministry of Education so far, the 50% grades A* to C. Here, art and design stands out as not being that performant compared to others. All in all, there has been progress in the last 3 years. Okay, there has been some level of progress. Yeah, English as a second language. Here, design and technology. This program was implemented in 2019. So 2019, 20, 21, we see that the progress has been made in each year. Okay. Overall, you see that there is a progress. There is progress towards the red line. Okay. But this has to be balanced. This has to be balanced against the number of students actually sitting for the IGCSE in at least one subject. Okay. Delft Scolaire. Okay. In Delft Scolaire, we have four levels. A1, A2, B1, BD. B1 and BD, they are the two mostly advanced courses, advanced levels. The enrollment in terms of S5 population, it's like that, in the range of 58 to 73%. Okay, so the question that has to be asked if it's sufficient, if the sufficient number of S5 students are sitting Delft, given that we have all the range, yeah, the most simplistic level to the most advanced level, B2. Yeah. I concentrated on B1 and BD. B1 is more or less equivalent to IGCSE level, and BD is much more advanced. Okay, you see the sort of proportion of the S5 population. Okay, that has been enrolled in the last 5 years. Okay, in B1. However, it has to be said that success rate has been very good. Okay, in Delft, you either pass or fail at 50%. That's for BD, but the level would be understandable here because we're talking about an advanced level, but it's not for me to really pass the judgment. In group discussion, you can talk about this. Okay, the pass rate is sufficiently good, very good, in fact. Okay. Now, in regards to SALS, okay, so the enrollment has ranged from 70 to 120. Okay, we see that the enrollment has been decreasing, but it has increased in last year. Yeah. As a percentage of the S5 population, so in the final year, that's the percentage of students sitting the full A level. Okay. In terms of success rate against the benchmark, we see that this has been increasing over the last 5 years. Okay, from 36.5% to 68.7%, but this has taken a small dip last year. We can put it in the context of the COVID situation. I don't know. But there has been a slight dip. And in last year, there were 3 options given to SALS students. They could either do the full A-level, AS level, and a combination of both. Okay. So this is for the full A-level, and I've added a row for the AS level, whereby the success rate was 59%. And the number of ungraded also decreased to insignificant level, I'd say. 1.92. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hedema. Just to remind you that we will have the questions and comments after all three presentations. So if you do have any questions that you would like to ask any of the presenters, please just jot them down, and then Ms. Tyra will go through them once she comes and takes the podium. So we will now proceed with our second presentation, which will be done by Ms. Magda Rose, who is the head teacher at the Takamaka Primary School. Ms. Magda will inform us on the various intervention strategies that her school has implemented for her to sustain achievement over the years. Ms. Magda has accumulated 29 years in the teaching profession. She started as a maths and science teacher at Oswayal Primary and was later appointed as head teacher of Basetan Primary. And in 2016, she was transferred to Takamaka Primary in her capacity as head teacher, a position that she holds to date. Ms. Magda holds a master's degree in educational leadership. So Ms. Magda, please, if you can come to the front. Thank you.
Once again, good morning to you all. As you can see, I've got 15 minutes, so I will try to make justice to that 15 minutes. So as you can see, the title of my presentation is on Sustaining Achievement, Intervention Strategies from our school. So during this 15 minutes presentation, there are various key questions that I will try to focus on. How we as a school, we value attainment, how we work together as a team, how we make use of different structures, how is it done systematically, what are the tracking, monitoring system in place, and how do we provide extrinsic motivation. First and foremost, we all know what a vision is. It provides a vivid picture of a school values and objectives. So as a school, we ensure that this is communicated to all. And by outlining what the school is trying to achieve, all stakeholders, everybody in the school community, we work together towards the same goal. So this is basically our vision. It has not changed really much over the years. But what is important is that we aim to strive to sustain the high academic standard through the use of innovative strategies in a safe and healthy environment. Okay, so now we will look at some of the basic intervention or how we go about it. I'm sure all of us school, we try to do it like this. And you will notice in this presentation that I will linger a little bit more on this first presentation. It's about having a strong foundation. This is mainly because we believe that having a strong foundation, a child will have the opportunity to develop to the fullest. And this is mainly through those two approaches that is featured there. So prior to receiving pupils, beginning of the year at creche, usually the school health nurse will liaise with our SENCO and also with the ECC to provide an account of the groups of pupils that are entering creche. And attention is put on specific cases that will necessitate perhaps some intervention. In those cases, we do have this Denver test that is conducted at the health center, but we try to re-administer that Denver test. And also, we make effective use of readiness assessment. The test is provided by our ministry. We use it to acquire information on all our pupils. So the teachers, the SENCO, the ECC, they make effective use of those information to determine the course of action. Now, let me say that at this point, the special needs coordinator play a very important role at this early childhood stage in supporting pupils, teachers, in the sense that if there are some severe cases, she will make contact and liaise with external partners, such as occupational therapists, speech pathologists, etc. And special intervention program, they are devised for specific cases. I'm talking about the severe cases. And then parents also are brought on board. The program is shared with them, underlining their responsibilities as well. Now, along the way, there are ongoing conferencing sessions with parents. This is done mostly on a termly basis to evaluate progress the child is making. And at the end of the first year, there are some important decisions that are made with regards to that specific child. And in some cases, it has been the case over the years. There are pupils that there are certain recommendations that come in place, like grade repetition. Okay? So at the end of my presentation, I will share a success story, one of the success stories regarding a case that we dealt with in the school. And the next thing I would like to talk about is we do put a strong focus on curriculum implementation. Indirectly or directly, this relates to the monitoring of teaching. So, beginning of the term, like all schools do, we plan our termly overview, because for a year, we have to know what is to be done each specific term to ensure adequate coverage of the curriculum. Now, the leaders, they play an active role there. They meet with the teachers, guide them, and then at management level, we oversee the different plans. We do have weekly team planning session, and for our school, it is timetabled. It is timetabled for mostly all subjects, academic, I would say. It is timetabled on the teacher's timetable and on the leader's planner, okay? And we also have curriculum review throughout the term, just to take stock of where we are, what have we been able to cover. And we do this in subject cycle meetings, even in weekly or management meeting as well. At management level, we try to devise a common monitoring plan. Now, the leaders, they might have a specific point of focus on their planner, but as a team, we have a common plan. So on a weekly basis, we are all going out to monitor the same thing. And when we get back at management meeting, we know this was our point of focus, and the discussion centered on one common goal in particular. Okay? And we ensure that this is always a point of focus on the management meeting agenda. Okay? Okay, so if we are monitoring teaching, definitely we need to monitor. Oops. All right, we need to monitor learning. Okay, because if teaching is being done effectively, this should be translated in learning. So monitoring of learning becomes vital, and at the same time, pupils' learning outcome they can be better monitored if everyone knows what is expected of everyone. The pupils themselves, they know what is expected of them. So this comes in the target setting that we have. It's in our school. So with the help of the teachers, the pupils, halfway in the first term, we try to work with them in setting their individual target. We all know that pupils have their own specific ability. So once they know they have the potential to reach there, okay, we start there, and then we see how we progress along the way, okay? Now, the targets, they are reviewed. It's not the same throughout. They are reviewed, but we don't try to lower the target. We might leave it there, but at the same time, if there are potential for the pupils to to work a little bit better, we negotiate with that particular pupils. And we also work on monitoring of performance, tracking of result. We have our structures in place. The way we record it, it's there in the classroom. Okay, so that pupils, they are always focusing on, okay, my target was this, so it's there. They can see it every day. So the focus remains. And we are tracking their performance. They also, at the end, they are doing it. And we also do a number of analysis, and analysis goes with presentation, because once we talk about it, once we inform everybody, this is what the outcome is from this type of assessment or exam, we are more focused. Now, the type of analysis that we do, we have the teacher that do the specific analysis in line with the content, the objectives that they were teaching, so that there are areas that they can address along the way. And at management level, we sort of deal with the figures. So we present what we see, the trend, what is happening, and so on. Okay? And also, we have our rewarding system in place. This helps to motivate the pupils. We've got all sorts, like badges, certificates, scarf. We even have contextualized a Hall of Fame for those who will attain a specific level in specific subject. Okay? So these relates to monitoring of learning. And then, of course, there's a little bit of a number of things that we try to do. So I would say that extra classes, it's already embedded in our school. Okay, way back, like 15 years ago when I was in the school as a teacher, I started with extra class, and it's been there for all those years, even before that. So then we've got those transition activities. But I would like to talk a little bit on leaders as teacher replacement, because this is something that we do in our school. When there are absences, the fact that leaders, they have team plan with their teachers. When a teacher is absent, the subject coordinators, they step in. So it's not as if we will just get somebody to go and supervise that class. I know it impacted a lot on us, on our work that we have to do. But at the same time, we outweigh the pros and cons. What am I going to do here? Should I sit in my office and do this, or should I go and monitor that level, or I go and teach? So we sort of prioritize and put teaching at the top. So the leaders, I would say, their hands are rather full most of the time, including myself. Okay? And then I will talk a little bit on flexible changes in classroom setting. Now, at our school, we have mixability from P1 to P4, and then we stream P5, P6. Now, flexible changes in setting will occur when we notice a large gap in pupils' ability level, like specifically in those mixed ability class. So what we do at that particular time, for a period of time, it's not for the whole year, the leaders, they will step in, like, let's say for a P4 class, we will say, let's do setting for English for this term. So we will have 3 groups of pupils, what we consider the low groups, the average and the high. So the teacher might take one, the other teacher might take a group, and the leaders might take another group. We might do that for, let's say, a term. And then following that, once we see that the gap has been bridged a little bit, they go back to their classes in their normal setting. But the leaders, they are there in class to give additional support. And then after some time, the leaders will leave, and the teacher will continue on its own. So this is something that we've tried, and it worked. So there are instances that we try to implement it. On Okay, and finally, I will talk a little bit about behavior management. It's very important, this aspect. So if you can control pupils' behavior, it will have a positive impact. And finally, the ethos. I don't know, for a number of years, even when I was a pupil at Takamaka School, there has always been this positive ethos, this positive climate. And whoever comes in as leaders, because we all know as leaders, we influence the kind of climate we have in our school by what we allow, what we'll tolerate. So we've been lucky in having passionate leaders in our school. So this ethos has remained, and there are threats at times, so you would agree with me, but once we focus back, then it remains, okay? So one thing about our school, I would say that this positive ethos and climate is always there, okay? And now I would like to share something about this little boy. Actually, we have a number of success stories, but this one, actually, I got the consent of the parent to talk about him. So Chris, when he was admitted in creche in 2015, the information that we received from the school health nurse, it indicated that he had failed his development test, and he could not communicate it in an understandable manner. So he was referred to speech pathologist for a formal assessment, but was not attended to. The school was concerned about his speech problem. He was referred by the school, with the help of the parent, to a private speech pathologist for a formal assessment. And then he was diagnosed with what we call dyspraxia, which is caused by weak facial muscle. Now, we carried out a number of interventions, both at school and at home, and then his speech improved gradually. His words became more understandable. He became more settled in class as his needs were better attended to. He was able to stay on task for a longer period of time, and by the end of the first year, unfortunately, it was recommended by the speech pathologist. The parent, we all recommend that he repeats year one, as he was not ready to be promoted to the second year. So at ministry level, the special needs unit, they administer their test as well, and to identify his academic functioning, and the result also indicate that he was below the level required. So it was highly recommended that that all partners involved sustain the collaborative work in order for him to progress. And eventually, so that he would be able to communicate like any other pupils in his class, and then be promoted to the next year. So in 2016, the one-to-one intervention program was implemented by the SENCO, with the support of the teacher, the parents, and the speech therapy. His articulation and pronunciation of words became more understandable. In 2017, Chris was promoted to year 2 in creche, and the S.I.T.E program continued. Chris was able to follow normal classes towards the end of year 2, and his progress in speech continued to improve. In 2018, he went to P1, and he was integrated in the class as his speech and communication in general was more significant, and he did not need intervention. So basically, that's a little bit of his result for the past 2 years. He's now in P5, so we do have a few other success stories, but I have chosen this one because it shows the parental engagement as well, because the parent was very positive also in helping out the boy. Okay? And at this note, perhaps just to add on, at our school, I always take the opportunity to say that we do have a very, very good special needs coordinator. I'm rather proud of her work. She's very passionate about her work, very committed. So she does a lot. And I know a number of schools, they have liaise with our school for some networking, so I would invite you all. So if you want to have a day with her, feel free to do so. Okay? So I've come to the end of my presentation. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Magda. We will now proceed to our third presenter, who is Mr. Mark Awisol, the head teacher of Montfleury Secondary School. And he will be informing us on what his school has done so far to enhance performance amid globalization. Mr. Awisol has been the head teacher of Montfleury Secondary School over the past 4 years, and he has been seen by many as an authentic leader who leads both from the head and from the heart. In 2016, he completed a master's in educational leadership at Waikato University in New Zealand, after previously spending 5 years as the deputy head teacher of the Montfleury Secondary School. Mr. Awisol also holds a bachelor's degree in secondary education, where he majored in social sciences, and this is from the Edith Cowan University in Perth, Australia. The latter is a very strong advocate of multiple intelligence, and he believes that every child can learn and has the ability to learn if given the right opportunity, timing, and appropriate resources. So, Sir Mark, I leave everything in your hands.
Thank you very much, Miss Elaine. Okay, I don't need any further introduction. I think you've done your fair share. All right, so my presentation, as can be seen there, the title is Enhancing Performance Amid Globalization. But I'm just trying to see. The slide is not... Symposium. Isso você com clique vai descer. Okay, so sorry for this technical issue. All right, so ministry officials, my dear colleagues, students, okay, good morning. As I was saying earlier, my presentation is entitled Enhancing Performance Amid Globalization. Now, the question, just to give you an overview of the presentation, I'm just going to give you an insight of what do I mean when I say globalization in the context of this presentation, okay? And then I'm going to go over two strategic intervention that is establishing the expected behavior for learning and changing the teaching and learning culture of the school, okay? All right. So, globalization, as you can see there, the definition is there, okay? Now, for the sake of this presentation, I'm not disregarding that there are so many benefits that globalization brings about. We've just been faced with the COVID situation, and we've seen many platforms, WhatsApp, Microsoft Learning Teams, that was very helpful, and that also helped to minimize the concept of learning loss. But however, for the sake of this presentation, I'm focusing on the spread of culture. As you can see there, I've highlighted it, and I'm talking about values, social practices, the impact that the international culture they have on our culture. And I can see we have the rise of global culture, which changes our citizen mindset and behavior. It manifests in our communities, and as a result, our school is not being spared. They are not being spared, okay? So this is what we're going to have a look at in this presentation. I mean, these behaviors that we are faced with on a daily basis, my colleagues, you can testify, it's not easy. We got fights, we've got self-harm, we've got so many things that we face with. It's not easy on the field. You'll agree with me. So The question to ask, therefore, is how do we enhance learning amid all these issues of globalization, these challenges that we face? Okay? So this presentation is in the context of Mount Lake Secondary School. Okay? So there are things that will work in your school, might not work in my school. So please bear with me. Okay? So the first strategic intervention that we used was to establishing the expected behavior for learning among students. As you can see there, we've given a definition about expected behavior for learning. And some of these behaviors are communication, active listening, responsiveness, engagement, collaboration, and so forth. But however, these are the behaviors that we don't get all the time with all the students. Students are more engaged to all the things, like I mentioned there, smoking fights, and so forth. So in our context, just want to make sure that you understand that I became the head teacher in 2018, Mount Lake Secondary School. It was a tough time, you know. In 2017, we've had a teacher who was assaulted, and teachers protested. It was a time in history. It was the first time ever. So you can imagine to take over a school after all these things has happened. The reputation of the school has been badly tarnished, and now I was faced with how are we going to turn this thing around. Okay, so we started with massive sensitization, all right, where we involve all our partners. One crucial element in making changes in the school is to get your partners, stakeholders on board. So we had, in the same room that we are here, we had a meeting with the parents, meeting with stakeholders to tell them about our vision, what we plan, what we have in mind to do to bring changes in the school. So at school level, we have weekly assemblies, massive sensitizations. We also get the help from Mrs. Emmett's section, student welfare, with some posters, you know, things that the behavior that we wish students will have in the school so that learning will take place. Okay? So we have also past students in these assemblies. We have past students that went through the school to come and share with them. I mean, yes, I've been to the school. Now I am successful. What are the strategies? We also had a partnership program with SNYC, the mentorship program, where we have one past student who was in the school. They tend to mentor 5 students, with a ratio of 1 to 5, okay? Another issue was staff empowerment, okay, pertaining to whole school behavior policy, all right? So now, you agree with me that in most of the secondary schools now, not all, I cannot generalize, but when in 2018, some of them, they were not too conversant with the whole school behavior policy. It was just there. You know, it's been introduced, but nobody you know. So we have to have some refresher courses, resensitize them on how to deal with classroom management, you know, in terms of the Education Act, what are the do's and don'ts, and how to really manage misbehaviors. All right, we also established a channel to deal with behavior because, you know, at one point, some teachers, they don't want to deal with the misbehaviors that happen at school level, classroom level. They just send it to the head of here, send it to the deputy, send it to the... So we established that. You come and say, Miss, what have you done? According to the policy, what is there? What does it say? So we were very strict with that, ensuring that everybody, they do their share. We send you back, okay? You have to do your intervention before we step in. All right, so another thing was to emphasize, the emphasis was to be prompt, okay? Another issue that we have sometimes, we are not prompt and we are not consistent about dealing with this behavior that happened. When misbehavior happen, we are not prompt. But another emphasis was very powerful, was the emphasis on spirituality and moral values. Okay? So what we did in the school, we reintroduced prayers at classroom level. Okay? We noticed that most of the class teachers, they just go there, they don't pray. But this is a vital element. You know, values is important. We are faced with value erosion. What do we do to counteract that? All right? So what we did, we also have, like you said, like you can see that it's spirituality, not religion. So we said that everybody in this room, you have a belief, unless if you are atheist. Okay, you have a belief. You can be Muslim, there's Allah above you. You can be Baha'i, there's Baha'u'llah. You can be a Christian, Jesus Christ. Okay, so we promoted that in all the school. It becomes a culture. Okay, to pray before management meeting, pray before morning briefing, pray in assemblies, have different schedule for the students to pray, you know. So show them that this also helped to increase the level of moral value in the school. We also have a renovation and a facelift of the school. I put toilet there because the state of the toilet was very bad. Okay, Mr. Hanfi knows about it, but I thank the Ministry of Education for supporting me in that endeavor. The classrooms, there were big holes in the classroom. So these are sometimes, you know, what happens, the way we treat the kids. They give us back, all right? You know, you treat them well, they behave. So these are the things that we overlook many times. So the little things like that we focused on and said, okay. And we also have a facelift, which was very controversial. But the idea was to have a new school. You know, that black picture that was painted on the school after, not just to say this is a new school. This is not the school that you knew before 2018. So that was the idea there. So little things like that, creating a conducive learning environment that shows that we care. We love these kids, okay? We want to take care of them. So they see that. It was a message, okay, that we sent to them. And we also have school life, all right? Again, it was not easy to organize activities. You know what happened? But I set my ground rules. We're going to have this activity. We're going to go to this. We went outside to the Palais des Sports to organize things. If there's anything that goes wrong, it's not going to happen again. So the kids, they followed, they obeyed, and everything went well. And that was it about basically establishing. We have so many other interventions, but I cannot go. We only have 15 minutes, so I have to be a bit fast. Okay, so. Now, the next phase, as you can see now, after establishing the behavior for learning, the next phase was to now changing the teaching and learning culture of the school. All right? And when I looked at the situation in the school, I felt that as the leader, instructional leadership would be mandatory in this, because now we are focusing on teaching and learning. So the focus is on instructional leadership. And as you can see, the first thing I did was to set clear vision among staff. Not one that is I just pass on my vision. It was shared, common vision. Okay, you are a geography teacher. What do you want to achieve? Me as the head teacher, what do I want to achieve? So the vision is intertwined so that we all take ownership, so that we can all go the same direction. Next thing was to focus on, in all the schools that I've been, I've never seen management expectation. I've seen teachers' expectation, student expectation. Now, if we want to monitor teaching and learning properly, this is something that was mandatory. So I sat down, I worked on this one, introduced it to the management team, and we introduced the management expectation. Okay? How head of department are going to manage their department, how the deputies are going to manage the department. So we set clear expectations so that they know what is expected out of them. Okay? And that will be a point of reference as well. Eh? When I come to talk to a particular head of department who has deviated from the expectation, that at the document there is my point of reference, okay, because they had a copy. Another thing was we noticed that I guess in all school, we have strong middle leaders. We have some who are very weak. And when they are weak, it affects teaching and learning. There's no proper monitoring of teaching and learning that is taking place. Some of them, they are not assertive. Okay, when it comes to chastise one of their staff, they will come to me. You know, or they will use my name. We don't want that. We want them to be assertive. So we had to coach them, and we expect them as well in their department to coach other teachers who are having issues. Okay? So we also, now, setting all this expectation, to ensure that there's order in the thing, I mean, everybody goes along the same way, we introduced commendation and advice. It was sort of to regulate, okay? So ensure that everybody's on track. We've set the expectation, you're not following. You are following, we commend you. You're not, we give you a letter of advice, okay? And we are serious. We're going to meet with you, all right, to make sure that everybody is in line. Okay, strict monitoring by middle managers. That's something powerful. I've seen Ms. Magda, you've also mentioned about monitoring. Monitoring when it comes to student performance is mandatory. Okay? And what I tend to see that when teachers are not being monitored, okay, when they are not being monitored, they tend to have a laid-back attitude. Many of you who walk past the class and it is only now that, hey, some students, stop it, because they've seen the head teacher. They were just sitting. You know? So these are the things. So if there is strict monitoring, they don't know when, they don't know the time that you are going to come. So they are always on their toes. So this is something that we do. And in the management meeting, head of department day, it is mandatory that they report to me about classroom observation that they've done. Okay? This is mandatory. So as much as they are monitoring, I also monitor that they monitors. Okay? That they monitor, sorry. All right, so that was basically for teaching. In terms of learning, one thing that we employed was the termly promotion and demotion. When I came to the school, students were only promoted at the end of the year. Okay, so what happened? The attitude was like, okay, I can be, take it easy throughout the year, and we work only at the end of the year. Okay, that was the culture. So to change that learning culture, I said, no, we're going to have promotion every term so that you want to have a place in 1-1, maintain your place, you have to maintain it throughout the year, not only at the end, okay? So this, after 2 years, has created a culture of study, and to study, all right? So this is something that is powerful. And we also introduced the NIAS Award. Like I've told you, I work so closely with all my partners. Okay, I'm always begging. Sorry. Okay, because, it's very important. Okay, it's very important because we don't get enough amenities. So we have to get our partners involved so that we can also do something. So Mrs. Naya came to our school for a presentation for pension funds. So I said, how can you help us? He said, okay, I'm going to give you 10,000 rupees every year for a presentation. So I said, okay, let's have the NIAS Award. Again, I did not disregard. We gave 1,000 rupees for each student. For example, in S1, you have one for academic and one for the low ability. Don't just focus on the low ability, okay? And we also have motivational talks that was organized. This one here, NIAS Award, was more extrinsic motivation, but this one, motivational talks, inspires you. Why are you studying? Why the importance of education? So you might not get a gift, but I know where I'm going in life, okay? So we also had that. And we also had several other partners, like Everlasting Love Ministry, Campus Crusade for Life. They come, they help. And we have, I think there's one that Miss Rockley, my deputy, she's there. There's one organization, they are working on a study skill. They're helping us with study skills. They specialize it, they come from South Africa. They are going to come again this year. So you see now, we need to get all the partners for it to work. We cannot do it. It's our school, not my school. So that's the idea, okay? So that's basically whole what we did. There are so many other interventions that we've done, but I just only have 15 minutes, okay? So thank you very much for your attention, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Risol. So I would now like to invite Mr. Telemark, Ms. Magda, and Sir Mark to the head table. And we shall proceed to the questions, recommendations, and comments on their presentations. Because we are running a bit out of time, instead of a 30-minute session, we're going to cut it down to about 20 minutes. And afterwards, if you have anything else that you want to clarify or you want to add, you can approach the presenters and do so with them. So anybody who wants to kickstart this part of the session? Yes, Ms. Katrina.
Good morning. Thank you for the very interesting presentations. I had a question for both Sir Mark and Ms. Magda. Having listened and seen what Mr. Telemark presented about the trends, I wanted to know, in your schools, are you seeing similar trends when it comes to the different things that we've been seeing over the last few years? Number of students, the way the results are going, because you've presented everything that you've been doing, and I wanted to know if it's different, if it's made a different kind of an impact compared to maybe the whole picture of the country. Thank you.
What I can say for my school, definitely there will be some fluctuations over the years, but it is not that significant enough that will, shows huge difference. We have noticed some more fluctuations in mathematics. Mathematics is one subject, despite whatever intervention we've tried to do, but it is always lower. Pupils' performance in mathematics is always lower compared with other subjects. But what I'm happy with our school is that over the years, we have tried to maintain the 50% of grade C that was from the MTS before. That has been achieved over the years. So fluctuation that has happened has not been that significant, but particularly in some subjects, it has been evident. Right, thank you.
Okay, so for us, Montfleury Secondary School, one of our targets for the first strategic plan that we set was to have an increase in the principal passes, and we've managed to surpass the expectation over the 5 years. So we are happy, and this is one reason why they've called us here for the presentation, because to share a bit with how did we manage to achieve it.
See, do they answer the questions you've asked? Okay. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Anfi.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, all, and thank you, presenters, for your presentations. Listening to Mr. Telemark and results over the past 5 years, which we agree slowly declining. And when we look at some of the schools, like primary schools, that were producing very good results, and when the pupils, they move from primary, they go to secondary, and we see a drop in performance of those high flyers. Now, my intervention may not be a question, but rather a point for reflection. Do we feel that as a ministry, as a system, we have this sort of the transition program which is in place, which is effective, so that we can follow up our pupils from primary up to secondary, and see that you've talked, Ms. Magda, about the motivations that motivational factors that are in place for both intrinsic and extrinsic motivations. But how do we follow through our kids when they move from primary to secondary to ensure that the level of performance is sort of sustained? And I think during our deliberations tomorrow, we have to think of how best we can establish platforms whereby primary schools and secondary schools, we work sort of more collaboratively to ensure that this is happening. So like I said, it's not a question, but it's a point for reflection. Thank you.
Mr. Anfi, I don't know if there's any member of the panel that wants to reply to the reflection being launched out there. Is there anyone?
Perhaps I would add something with regards to my personal experience. Perhaps we are not doing enough with regards to this transition program from P6 to secondary. Because personally, I feel previously with us Royal School, in our case, we do have this program in place. But we are not going really in depth, and perhaps it is not done systematically like prior to going to secondary. We do certain things. But then once they are there, it's as if we have abandoned them, like I would say at our end at primary level, We did something, I believe, earlier whereby, there was a targeted group of pupils that the school counselor, the SENCO, they would go and see what are they doing. But then we stopped, which was a very good initiative. So perhaps at our end, there should be some sort of, a continuous program. Once we have prepared them prior, then for the first year perhaps, let us accompany them along this journey so that we don't just leave them on their own, but we follow up. Because I feel it's as if they are, there's a lot of changes happening there, and a number of them, it's as if they've been left to their own devices to sort of struggle along the way. Perhaps we have to improve on that. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Magda. Mr. Wawo, Sir Steve.
Good morning, everyone. Perhaps I've been lucky enough to be both in primary and secondary, and listening to this morning presentation, one comment I can make is that at this point in time, a lot of emphasis is being put on competency-based curriculum in primary. But once you go to secondary, it's Cambridge. The focus is more on IGCSE. Anyhow, my reflection or comment, or perhaps a question, is put towards a presentation conducted by Mr. Telemaque, but I don't think that he'll be able to answer my question. However, you said at S3, right now we are offering two pathways. We have the skills pathway and the academic pathway. And what you showed us this morning is only for the academic. Where are the results for the vocational, for the TVET? Yesterday I was in a session, I'm sure Mr. Jean will agree with me that what we are not doing justice to most of our students, because 70% of them are in the other pathway, they are not in the academic pathway. And yet look at what we are focusing today is mainly on the A to C's. Anyway, this is just my reflection. Thank you.
Mr. Telemaque, if you can move a little bit closer, please.
Yeah.
Please closer to you.
Yes, I think it's a worthwhile point. However, it should have been something to consider in the overall presentation. However, I was focusing on S.I.T.E to C and enrollment. Of course, it's a point that should have been taken into consideration, and we've seen that more and more we have more students in the category of pathway rather than the academic channel per se. So there's this imbalance, okay, pointing towards performances not being so good at that level. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Telemaque. Mr. Asado.
Good afternoon to you. Thank you, all three presenters, for your wonderful presentation. I have, in fact, three comments to make. Yes, just to follow up to Mr. Steve's comment about the assessment of technical subject. Yes, this is a very important area that we need to move on to. But before we do so, as my colleagues, I think Ms. Rosemary Ali will be presenting afterwards, and she has been also very instrumental, together with my division as well as curriculum section, for us to relook at the program of studies for technical education. As Dr. said this morning, it is important before you embark on assessment to ensure that you have the curriculum in place. So one good thing which the team has done is that we have sort of developed the curriculum, and the next stage now is to look precisely at methods of assessing technical subjects which are sometimes different from the assessment of academic subjects. Having said that, however, I think it is important that we do consider technical knowledge as legitimate knowledge as well. All right? Not only academic knowledge as being legitimate knowledge. And even myself, I think that we need now to move further by combining these different types of knowledge as well. Because you may have students with academic knowledge who would also prefer to also take on board practical knowledge. So both kind of knowledge are legitimate in my view. All right? Now, secondly, I want to sort of make a point now, this morning. The presenters, especially the two head teachers, they've talked about very good points, which I support them. They've talked about expectation of management. They've talked of expectation of the school. But I think it is also important, perhaps we can highlight a little bit, that we talk about expectation of the student themselves. Now, do the student at your schools, do they have target setting? I do have one boy in primary, another one in secondary. I see that they do have set the target, but just setting the target, I think it's not enough. Yeah. They themselves setting the targets, I think we need to work with them, all right? And my final point has to do with the teaching methodology, especially for those of you who have studied mathematics and science education, right? As Steve just said, yesterday we were in a workshop. We were doing a consultative discussion about rethinking and modernizing TVET. And we invited a group of people from the industry. Some people talk about the fact that, especially the electrician, the fact that students can't read a measuring tape. So I was just wondering, we are teaching about, measurement. Why can't a teacher just bring a measuring tape in the classroom, all right? 100 centimeters equal to 1 meter. Now, I'm not involved heavily with the school. Perhaps I should be more involved with the school. But how are we doing this kind of, in terms of teaching methodology? What is happening in the classroom? Not only in mathematics education, but in science. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sedo. On the panel, reactions?
On the first point, I think there's definitely a need to vary teaching strategies and also our assessment, the way we assess. There has to be a redirection in a way to embrace non-pencil tests. Okay. From the larger scale, we've introduced DT examination, and if we go backwards a bit, we've introduced the record of achievements, trying to give more leeway between academic and sort of non-traditional approach to assessment. I think that we need to have a change there where we have to think seriously about integrating in our teaching and learning strategies more non-traditional aspects. And from the national assessment end, there needs to be, we need to have a look at this situation also. Yep.
Okay. Ms. Darisol, Ms. Magda, anything you would like to add to the two other points, or even the first one?
Okay, for me, I do agree with Sir Steve 100% because I also face with this dilemma in the school, okay? Because most of the kids, they are in the general pathway. And for me, like I've mentioned there in the bibliography, I am a strong advocate of multiple intelligence. So for me, I don't see a child who's academically performing well as being top. Okay, there are other potential, there are other abilities that we need to value. But as it is now, the system needs to formalize these assessments. Okay, for example, in the technical area, we need to, so that the school can be, because The focus, most schools, they do focus on the academic arena because the systems is assessing them on that. They don't talk about the number of students that are enrolled in TVET or something like that. They talk only about principal passes. So us in the school, we also have to go with the flow. But that doesn't mean that it's something that we value. Because I believe in valuing every child. They all have their abilities. We need to, because sometimes what happens, we make them believe that they are failures. But they are not. They have other abilities that we need to develop. And this is why I do have different other areas. We have the school band, we have the school choir, so that students can see their real potential, develop their full potential. It's not something that is only centered around the four walls of the classroom. There are other things that are hands-on that we need to acknowledge and formalize. That's my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rose, then Mr. Telemark.
Perhaps I would like to add something at primary level, just to reinforce on what my two colleagues they are trying to say. At primary level, we have this competency-based approach. Earlier on, when I was listening to the presentation, I could clearly see the relationship between competency-based approach and the type of formative assessment that are being promoted through the presentation. But at our end, anyway, actually, for my master's degree, I did my thesis on CBA itself. That's why perhaps I'm quite passionate about it. Perhaps we can start with this competency-based approach and see where we went wrong with it. From the start, there has been a number of issues that has not been taken care of when it was introduced. But the competency-based approach itself, the way we are supposed to assess pupils' competencies, automatically it will derive us from only that pen and paper test, because we are observing competencies from the pupils. So we do have certain things already in place, but perhaps we need to go back and see where it all went wrong so that we can start afresh with it. And this will improve in the way we are assessing our pupils eventually. Thank you.
Mr. Telemark?
I just wanted to add that the modern drivers of assessment, teaching and learning also include inclusivity, equity, and so on, taking cognizance of the fact that learners can have different learning styles. Some students could learn better by listening, some by doing, some by writing notes and memorizing, things like that. So our teaching should be reflective of that as well as our assessment. I know we're lagging a bit behind where, sorry, this sort of assessment is concerned, but we're striving to be there where we should.
Okay, thank you, panel. One last question. Pierre Sulantin.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, presenters, Ms. McDavick, Marc, pour jolie présentation, très informative. In fact, il n'y a pas une question, peut-être ici, des petits mots que j'ai envie d'ajouter. Ms. McDown, cause un petit peu le competency-based approach qui est bon l'approche, mais peut-être la façon qu'il est carried out et peut-être nous devrions revoir en fait section RCS en bas direction DJ Palmier ensemble avec PS l'Espérance nous commençons un RCS pour guetter qui l'impact competency-based approach in an d'un primaire à cause de la plupart l'école que nous tu peux passer autant des enseignants quand ils disent oh ça est difficile peut-être nous pas comprendre peut-être il manque un petit peu cette information pour go back sur recommandation pour go back là mon croyant qui valide pour nous guetter qui moyen pour bouger devant so ça est un travail qui peut gagner faire je peux wrap up cette conclusion si mon pas trompé peut-être si DJ Palmi là il est capable éclaircir ça. Et l'autre point que je t'ai fait ressortir, qui m'ont vraiment apprécié, Même là, nous allons visiter Steve, DG, and the other delegation, nous allons visiter English River at the start of the school. Nous dit, ça l'en est, même ça thème, nous parler, mettre l'emphase, l'OSIS, l'administration, building, mais aussi, nous get un petit peu, nous dit, tout le temps, moi, les gens fait ça, bon meeting, mon cause un petit peu là, le côté social, émotionnel, un petit peu. Et si nous pouvons les enfants, mon content qui se marque, et même Miss Mac, dans fait bonne activité qui passe académique pour les enfants, moi connais la majorité head teacher, ils aussi ils pour faire ça, mais quand les enfants ils sentent ils vraiment belong de ça à l'école. Miss Mac dans cause là peut-être sa transition qu'ils ont sorti primaire pour le secondaire, il y a des enfants qui disent oh, puis on retourne primaire à cause là-bas nous senti nous plus gain taken care of. Mon mazine là, moi une activité pour glo coup de Michel, les gars sorti des tout, il still vin activité pour glo à cause il senti li gain ça bon encadrement. So chapeau peut-être pour bon head teacher primaire qui a ça l'encadrement un petit peu émotionnel, mais le secondaire moi connais nous met de l'emphase mais parfois nous penser peut-être des enfants une grand, ils pas besoin ça l'attention mais seulement après les autres comportements sans un petit guide. Mais seulement the sense of belonging. Dans l'école, mon voyage important, c'est l'aspect spirituel, même pas de religion, il est aussi important. L'autre point, en ce qui concerne Tibet, il faut renommer de l'emphase beaucoup le et. Okay, we put much emphasis on the principal passes, grade A to C, and we do not put much emphasis on the Tibet or the vocational aspect. In fact, we've had several meetings with the African Development Bank, with other stakeholders, and we met 3 international ambassadors who, which they shared how Tibet works in their country. They say about only 25% of their student population aims to go to university level. They put more emphasis in Switzerland, Slovakia, and another country. I think we met with them. But they put more emphasis on the TVET because they want to have people who they can employ, not people who will study, who will read a dictionary from A to Z but cannot really work. And when we went to the RBM session for CEOs and PSs, we got a lot of complaints whereby we form students, but when they enter the world of work, like Mr. Alcindor said, they cannot measure the length of a table, for example. So there's some work going on at ministry level, and I'm very happy that Mr. Alcindor, he involves all the stakeholders when it comes to TVET, so we can move towards the right direction and not only focus on the academic aspect of things. So this is my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, B.S. Sulantin. Mr. Telemark.
I just wanted to add that perhaps it would be an opportune moment for the ministry to have a relook at the benchmark in the context of what has been discussed. So would that be what we have, would it be sufficient, or we have to have a look at it again? So perhaps this would be a point for discussion. I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Telemark. Mr. Anfi, one last point.
Just the last point from what's been said. I think we were discussing PS, Dr. Baral and myself. I think it's all together new thinking, because now why is the focus mainly on academic? We want to have results, grades from A to C, because it's out there in the workplace. It's the same workplaces which are calling for experience, okay, in terms of skills, but the main focus when they advertise their positions, the focus is on academic. It's on the knowledge rather than the skills. But when we look at for instance, the leading industries in the country, which is the construction industry, they're seeking for skilled laborers. But if the focus is on academic, how come we're going to get those skilled laborers? I think it's a new thinking altogether, and I'm glad we've started the discussion with our partners, the industries. But then again, this discussion that we're having today needs to spill over to other partners, other ministries, whereby we have to get everybody to understand that, yeah, we can focus on academic, because for sure there will be some career path that they will definitely need the academic knowledge, but more so, we also need to focus on the skills oriented part, so that we can redirect our resources. The Ministry of Education, we need to redirect our resources in terms of budget, so that we can equip. We've talked about resources. We need to equip our schools so that we can we have the academic pathway, we have the skills development pathway. So I can say right now, yes, the skills bit is a bit neglected. So it's a whole new rethinking altogether. And I think during the discussions we'll be having tomorrow, this will help us to forge the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anfi. I think we can all give the panel a big round of applause. They did a wonderful job. Thank you, panelists. You may rejoin your seat. I hear a lot of murmurs in the crowd, which means that whatever is being discussed today has a lot of input to be made. And I do hope that tomorrow, when you go back in the groups, these same murmurs that we are hearing amongst yourself is brought out in the groups, so that recommendations can be made. And like the interventions have said, the new way of thinking is brought out, and we can all move forward from this point on with new strategies and new ways of improving attainments for all our learners. So I will hand you over to Mrs. Larue.
Thank you, Ms. Tyra. So we are left with two more presentations before we break off. So our fourth presentation will be done by Mrs. Elodie Valentine from International School of Seychelles. She is the principal and head of secondary there. Mrs. Valentine holds the National Professional Qualification for Headship provided by University College of London, and she has 15 years of experience in school leadership in the independent sector, including acting principal and head of school in her previous school. Mrs. Valentine obtained a degree in English language and literature at Université Jean Moulin in France before completing her postgraduate certificate in education at the University of Roehampton in the UK. Elodie has been an examiner, a moderator, and a teacher trainer for various UK examination boards since 2003. Today, her presentation will be about what she will be informing us, that every learner matters and that they can achieve in order to raise attainment. So she will also enlighten us on what has been done to strategically raise and sustain attainment in her school over the years. So Mrs. Valentine, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for your patience while we deal with technical issues. We're here. Thank you very much. So today my presentation is going to be about raising attainment strategically and sustainably in schools. What I'm going to talk to you about today is about my experience at the international school. I understand that all our schools are different, but I think we can all learn from each other. There's always things that we can improve. We can enhance our provisions. So as much as my school is very different from some of yours, I think there will be some points for reflection for you. So in terms of the contents of my presentation today, I'm going to do a bit of an introduction. Closer, yeah? Can you hear me better? An introduction, then talk to you about raising achievement strategically and sustainably, and then look at ways forward for us. So, as I said, I'm going to talk to you about my experiences at the international school. For those of you who don't know the international school very well, we are a school that's got both primary and secondary on site. We've got about just over 1,000 pupils in the school. We offer the British curriculum with IGCSEs and A-levels. 2/3, roughly, of our school population is Seychelles, both for students and staff. And we've got a very inclusive ethos. We try and admit students of all abilities in our school as much as we can cater for their abilities. So that's a big thing for us, trying to have every learner achieving, which brings us to the aim of today's symposium, really. Every learner matters and can achieve. Tout étudiant est important, et les autres capables de réussir. Tous les apprenants sont importants et capables de réussir. This is very important. I hope it resonates with every single one of you in the room, because that's what we're here for today. So I hope that's a brief that we can all follow and model in our schools. And my presentation is very much about the strategic aspect of things today, because a lot of what's happening in terms of raising student attainment, a lot of what we've discussed today is about what's happening in the classroom. But actually, if what's happening in the classroom is right, but the conditions outside of that classroom strategically are not right, we're not doing as good as a job we can for our learners. So, in terms of having a carefully planned strategy on raising achievement at the international school, we obviously follow national and international guidance and directives that we get. And we've also got a board of governors, which is different, I understand, from some of the government schools here. So we have got a board of governors that are elected once a year at the AGM, 8 of them that help with the strategic direction of the school. And we've got a 5-year strategic plan. And every year we've got a review of that plan. And that review involves the governors and the senior leadership team. So we all agree on our aims, on our vision of where we're going as a school to implement the steps that have got to be put in place for the success of the learners. At the governance level as well, the recruitment of senior leaders is really important for us. Obviously, a lot of that falls down to me, but I always involve my governors in the recruitment of the senior leaders, so that the process is as thorough as possible, and it's a joint effort to appoint those people in those positions of responsibility. Our recruitment process for our senior leaders is very, very thorough, a lot more thorough than it used to be, because I believe that you can put on a really good show on an interview for half an hour and then not necessarily deliver the goods when you're in the job. So what we've got now is a whole day process for our senior leaders in terms of recruitment process. So we have got a series of tasks, testing the skills and the experience of the candidates, and we've also got different panels of interviews with our students, our staff, our senior leaders, interviewing the prospective candidates. Doesn't mean that you can't make mistakes. You might still make the wrong appointment, but you've got more chances on your side of having the person with the right skills, the right talent, the right experience, and also the right attitude, because you can have all the skills and experience in the world. If you don't have the right attitude to drive that attainment and raise it, it's not going to work. Our policies are also very important for us. So we've got an annual cycle of policy review, making sure that the frameworks are there in place for myself as a senior leader, as principal, to make sure that my staff understand what our framework is at the international school, and very important for our staff as well to understand what they're expected to do. At the senior leadership team level, the recruitment of middle leaders as well is something that we've changed over the past 12 months. So we were in a situation where middle leader, for us, a middle leader is a phase leader or head of department, a subject lead. Those people would be in post, be appointed, and then could keep that post for 10 years, 20 years, however long they would stay in the school, which wasn't necessarily the right model for us. So last year I changed that, and it's now an annual process. So every year we've got an opportunity to review those middle leaders and make sure that they are the right people that are there to help the students to raise their attainments. So we've got an application process every year for those middle leaders to secure these positions again. In terms of the recruitment of qualified staff, this is a very big one for us because our teaching staff, we probably have about half of our staff that are expats and half of them are Seychellois. So when we employ people from abroad, it's really hard to have a good idea of are they going to be good in the classroom. So I've changed the system over the last few months, and in addition to an interview with myself, we also do a lesson observation. So if the applicant is in Seychelles, they come into the school and they teach a lesson in front of us. And if they are abroad, we use technology now, we all know how to use it. So we've got Google Meet, and the applicants teach a lesson, and then we've got an ID. Do they know the basics of teaching? Can they manage a class? Do they know about assessment for learning? All those things are really important in terms of raising attainment. Also in the recruitment of qualified staff include the middle leaders. They are included in that process because if they need to make sure that their staff are accountable, they need to be part of that process in terms of appointing them. The job descriptions are very important for me, and in terms of the duties of the staff. So this year I've realized that because of COVID, because of the pandemic, my teachers, my senior leaders are spending a lot of time doing supervision duties in the playground, which is not really helping in terms of teaching and learning. So I've had to be creative and think of different ways of covering those duties for next year so that my teachers can spend their time teaching rather than just standing in the playground and monitoring behavior. And then finally, in terms of our strategic approach, is making sure that we've got a strategy in terms of tracking and monitoring, making sure that we've got baseline tests. We use SI.T.E at the international school. At the beginning of each key stage in September, we test the students. And then we've got regular assessments and half-termly reports going home. So moving on to sustainability now. So same kind of structure again. In terms of governance, what we do to make sure that raising attainment is sustainable is that I involve the governing body at the Board of Governors very much into coming into the school. So once every half term, we've got what we call a Governors' Day. So the governors come in, they pop into some lessons, they don't observe them because they're not school leaders, but they do come in, they have a look, they meet with the students, they meet with the staff to make sure that the decisions that they're making at a strategic level are actually translating into the school, and that it's working or not working, and whether the decisions need to be changed or policies amended. One thing that we found quite powerful as well for us is auditing. So I'm used to the UK system where you've got inspectors coming in, they just can come in any time. And as much as it's annoying, you've got an external validation of what you're doing, that's right or wrong. But here, what we've done, because we don't come under any umbrella as a private school, we've got consultants from the UK that come in to do audits of our provisions. So we've had 2 audits already done in terms of our inclusion provision, looking at what's going well, coaching our staff in doing things in a different way, doing it in a better way, but also giving us recommendations and action plans as to how to improve our provision. So we've done that twice for inclusion, and we've also done it for our primary school this year, and it's been really, really good, really helpful for us at a strategic level to have external recognition of what we do well, and also information about what we need to improve. The last point that we've made in terms of governance is succession planning. For me, that's really key because we're all working so hard as senior leaders, but somebody might get sick, somebody might not be able to be in the job anymore. So having that succession plan in place at all times, so if one of the senior leaders is off, then raising attainment doesn't stop. He keeps on going. So What I did last year in my school is I've got a head of primary, a head of secondary. I made sure that I've now got a deputy. So whenever the head of primary or head of secondary is not there, somebody can slot into that place straight away so that the progress doesn't get hindered. At senior leadership team level, I've mentioned the HR provision here. And by HR provision, I mean, it's so broad. It's everything. It's a training. It's a professional development that we offer our staff. It's a coaching and mentoring. It's that school culture that was mentioned before with Takamaka Primary School. It's celebrating excellence and making sure that we reward the staff and recognize them when they've done something really well. It's also, unfortunately, with HR, is the accountability. What Sir Mark was mentioning earlier with Montfleury Secondary School is making sure that the staff know what's expected of them, and we've got a set of guidelines to make them accountable. So I've got a new line management system in my school that I introduced this year. So every member of staff has got a line manager, somebody that will support them, that will also challenge them. Maybe that's my cue to tell me that time is over. I'm nearly finished, I promise. And I've put down as well educational provisions, because we talk a lot about the academic provision. But actually in a school, if your pastoral provision, if your extracurricular provision, if your inclusion provision or your careers provision are not right, you're not going to get where you really want to be in terms of raising achievement. If a child has got pastoral issues, you need to have the right support in place for them to be able to achieve as much as they want. So we've got counsellors at the international school, one in primary, one in secondary. We've got a team of nurses. We've got form tutors and class teachers that look after the students. We've also got an extracurricular program. And it's very important that the extracurricular program also complements what's being done in the classroom and what we do to raise achievement and help us to raise those exam results and that progress at the end of the day. And I've added middle leaders in this slide because in terms of sustainability, I strongly believe that it can't be sustainable if you don't involve your middle leaders at that stage. You have to have your middle leaders on side. You have to have them help you implement the policies because they are the ones that are with the staff all the time. We mentioned excellent teaching and learning every day earlier, and that will only happen if the middle leaders are on board and helping you do that. And lastly, in this slide, I've put about the partnership with home. We mentioned it again earlier. It's really important that communication between school and home is efficient. We've got newsletters that our middle leaders contribute to, that we publish weekly in primary and secondary, but it's also that phone call, that email saying your child is doing well or your child is not doing so well. They haven't handed in homework. Can you help? Rather than wait until a report is published and parents go, but I didn't know there was a problem. It's been 2 months since the last report. So we've got a management system at the international school called ISAMS, and then every time we log a merit or a demerit for each student, an email goes automatically to parents so they know straight away whether it's a good thing or a bad thing to address at home that night. And lastly, for my last slide, it's about ways forward for me. And the way forward is a constant program of self-review and evaluation, because you might be doing really well at raising attainment, but it doesn't stop there. Things change all the time, your staffing, your students. So you've always got to review what you do. And I've got a few questions for you just to prompt some reflection here about the two sections I've mentioned today. Raising attainment strategically, so what support can you ask your board of governors, if you've got one, in my case, but relevant ministry to help you? Is your senior leadership team model adequate? Is it the right structure for your school in terms of raising attainment? Do you have the policies and procedures you require? And in terms of sustainability, do you have the right staffing to raise attainment in your school? Are your HR procedures robust enough in terms of accountability, but also support for your staff? And can you introduce new ways of developing your staff? And finally, can you set up a partnership with another school to help you? We're all here because we want to raise attainment in the country. And we might be government school, private schools, but we're all educating learners of Seychelles. And for me, it's really important that we work together to raise the attainment of all the learners here. And if there's anything we can do at the international school to help any other school, we will always do that, because we're all in the same boat. We want the best for the children. So really my last question for reflection is, how can we all do this together, not just today or tomorrow, but next week, next month, next year, so that this symposium has got a legacy, and we can keep on raising attainment for all the learners in Seychelles. So I think I've done it in 15 minutes. Thank you very much for your attention. Merci beaucoup au ministère de l'Éducation de m'avoir invité. Passez bon la journée. Merci.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Valentine. We will now move to our last presentation for the day. To design an effective learning experience for all our learners, definitely we need to understand the learner's context, and we need to respond to their existing level of knowledge and provide them with the adequate and appropriate support. So when we talk about learner attainment, it is important for us to also understand what our learners experience while they go through the system. So to tell us more about his experience is Angelo Punon Charlotte. Angelo was born in England, but he moved to the Seychelles, where he has been living for the past few years. Angelo is of mixed parentage, with his father being a Guyanese and his mother is a Seychellois. Angelo's parcours for the most part of his academic years was done in private schools until he started at A-levels, where he started his A-levels when he transferred to the School of Advanced Level Studies. His interest is in theatre and reading, and some of his major achievements include being cast as a lead role for several theatrical performances, having accomplished the Duke of Edinburgh Bronze Award, and completing his A-levels with 1A and 2 Bs. So I will welcome you, Angelo, to the podium.
Thank you, Ms. Elaine, and good afternoon to everyone here. Here I'm going to be giving you a speech on my overall experience throughout A-levels, both from transitioning from secondary to post-secondary, and just generally how I felt throughout with the ups and downs of the recent 2 years that occurred. So what's notable is that the transition from secondary to post-secondary is one of independence. No longer was I chased after as the bulk of my studies went from my teachers coming after me to being me having to focus on it myself, as now the studies are all on me. But that's not to say I was alone. Being independent does not mean being alone. I still had my teachers there for every step of my journey through SALS. They were as a guiding light for me, and I had to stick to the path if I wanted to succeed. My choices at SALS were maths, English literature, and English language. Two relatively similar subjects, and one which is the polar opposite of the two. English literature and English language is book heavy. You read a lot and you spend most of your time reading, and you talk about what you've read and you read about what you've talked. It's a back and forth. Maths is a lot more practical in the sense that you take what you've learned in the class and you apply it and you apply it and you apply it some more, as well as remembering formulae and practicing it with questions. But overall, as with any subject, it's a gradual process of acquiring the knowledge and then applying it to any given question, be it an exam, an assessment, etc. And one great way that I found that SALS would go about this testing is with an assessment or an assignment at the end of every unit or chapter or book, be it what have you. And I found that to be beneficial, as it mimicked the experience that one would have for a end of the exam, be it the AS level or the A level. It mentally prepared me and my peers for what was to come without the consequences, so to speak. However, the biggest challenge that I faced as a first year would have to have been COVID. The transition from physical to online classes was one that was met with mixed reviews. Some found it difficult to adjust to the new style of teaching and struggled to get much work done. Others felt it was a breath of fresh air, as they had even more control over how they could spend their day studying as opposed to the set 7 hours they would have to go to school. This would include waking up in the morning, preparing their breakfast, the journey on the bus, and journey back. It's really left little time for one to do as they felt rather than the set schedule they had been planned. However, as we all know, this has been retracted as guidelines have been in place, and we can now go back to physical classes, so online is not too much of an issue anymore. Second year, on the other hand, was a bit more hectic, so to speak, as given with the pandemic, it slowed down the AS syllabus a bit. So not only did we have to catch up there, but we also had the A2 syllabus being introduced simultaneously. So we had to juggle several subjects. However, despite these setbacks, the teachers did the best they could to try and help us through the constant sending of notes, be it documents via email, links to websites to read through, or even voice notes to listen to that gave the sensation of being in the classroom whilst at home. All these little things that the teachers were doing, putting in the effort, it all helped in us achieving the grades we wanted, and some of us even overachieved, as we saw. Several students got multiple A stars. However, the one piece of advice I can offer from a learner's perspective is to have the students play a role in their classes. What I mean by that is, after every topic or unit, have a session of reflection regarding the previous classes and whether they have any changes they would like to see. This is by no means a relinquish of control. The teacher knows best on how to teach. After all, it is what they've trained for, so I would assume they know how. However, the students are reaching a phase of independence, and they should feel that their opinions matter too as they grow into adulthood. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelo and Mrs. Valentine. I would like to invite you to the head table. So we have about 15 minutes for any questions, clarifications, comments based on both presentations that we've just heard. Yes, Dr. Barado.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Elodie, for your presentations. Because there's no questions, so just to break the silence. How does the international school, can you share with us, how do you cope with inclusivity of your learners? And how do you go about assessing them? Okay, because we are moving towards integrating, so perhaps good from your perspective to share with the others. How is this happening right now, if it is happening from international school? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barallon. So in terms of inclusivity at the school, as I mentioned before, is something that's really dear to our hearts. We want all the learners of all different abilities to achieve as much as possible, achieve their full potential. So the structure we have got at the moment is we have got an inclusion manager on the senior team, who gives the strategic direction of the inclusion provision. And then in both primary and secondary, we've got an inclusion coordinator that coordinates the provision for reception 1 all the way to year 6 and year 7 all the way to year 13. The structure that's in place is a structure where there's a regular review of the learner's progress. And we've got what we call pupil progress meetings, where we assess whether the students are on track or below expected progress or above, and then we put the right intervention strategies in place. It's, I know
in all schools. It's a challenge. It's really hard to try and cater for everyone's ability. But it's also making sure that you've got the right staffing in place, the right expertise. So we found at the international school that there was some level of challenges that we weren't very good at dealing with. So we appointed a new inclusion manager. Now they've got a very, very strong background in special schools, in a wide range of learning abilities that we don't even have at the school, but somebody who is able to lead us, to give us the right direction, and make sure that the provision is right for all the pupils. It's also very important that we involve the parents. It's what I mentioned before, the partnership between the home and school, because whatever the school does, it needs to be reinforced by the parents and supported by the parents as well. So communication involving those parents in termly reviews of the pupils' progress, it's really key for that. Does that answer your question, Dr. Barano? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Valentine. Anybody else from the room? Yes, Mrs. Moti.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentations. They're really interesting, both of them. For Ms. Elodie, I'm really interested to hear more about the inclusion side of things. And I know a few years back we had really good networking with the inclusion manager at ISS at the time. And I would very much look forward to getting back together and seeing how we can work together going forward. Angela, I wanted to ask you, as a learner going through the system, what did you feel was the message that was given to you about what attainment is? And is that the same or is it different to what you as an individual, as a young person, feels is actually the definition of attainment? Because we're talking about attainment, but what is it really that we're talking about? We've talked a lot about academics, but I know you have other interests as well. So I was just wondering, what is it that you think, but what is it also the message that you feel that you're getting?
Throughout the symposium, I felt that attainments, even though, while yes, we have focused heavily on the academic side, in this world, that is what we are. We are always focused on the academic. So the better one is in academic, the more attained, so to speak, we would be seen as in society, as that is how it has been developed and that is how we are being pushed forward. Yes, there are more aspects to life than just grades and academics and so forth. But I would see that as the main focus. And from the symposium, I have felt that that is a view we have all come to see and understand, and it is a goal that we should all push for and aspire to and better ourselves in. Okay.
Thank you, Angela. Yes, Dr. Goran.
Hi, thank you to both presenters. My question is for Angela. I was quite intrigued when you said that you felt that when you moved from a secondary to post-secondary, you felt that change in the direction, in the drive, that moving you to a post-secondary made you responsible for your own learning. And congratulate you for your success. What would you change in your last 2 years of a regular high school to become a bit of a more of a learner in a regular high school? What kind of change would you like to see? In teachers, in assessment?
I don't think that I would like to see a change in either of those things, as I felt like those changes were already there from the get-go. I see it now as a perspective from my student life in secondary and then post-secondary. There is a noticeable distinction between the two, as now it has fallen upon me to push forward, whereas opposed to before, where teachers would constantly be after me. So there is nothing I would change, as the change is already there, so to speak.
Okay. So, but for example, if the teachers didn't push you at that bit, do you think that you had enough of tools in your, toolbox to be a self-learner?
I would say so, yes, because it's not just, well, yes, I did say it was independence. It's not just me. There's my family involved, there's the school and friends and so forth. I had other pools of knowledge I could draw upon, and other people motivated me, enforcing it, and that all in all pushed me forward to be a self-learner.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Angelo. Any more questions from the room? Our student learners in the room? Any questions you would like to ask Angelo? Or even Mrs. Valentine? No? Yes, miss.
Good evening. My name is Sophie Savina, and I'm from Oswaldo School Secondary. My question is for Mr. Angelo. How do you feel about... Oh, thank you very much for the presentation. My apologies for that. But how do you feel about the assessment in secondary and then post-secondary? Your opinions. In your opinion, sorry.
My opinion on the assessments in secondary and post-secondary, it is definitely a step up, because now it is mimicking that exam level experience, as in secondary there is that element of examination, but it's not as heavily enforced as it is in post-secondary. So it's a different experience, if I had to put it simply.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Any learners again want to ask another question? Yes?
Good afternoon. My name is Cheyenne. I come from S.I.T.E school. My question for you, Angelo, what advice would you give to current learners from your experience?
Advice? Eat your vegetables. No, I'm kidding. Always listen to your learners. They are there for you. Even though it may sound repetitive, they're always coming after you, telling you what to do, and you're in that age where you want to be rebellious, you want to do your own thing. The teachers are there for you. They are here to help you. They have trained several years to help you grow and mature as a person. So, when your teacher says to answer a couple more questions or do some revision at home or anything, just consider it a thought. It will help in the long run.
Thank you. We have another taker from the learners' side.
Good afternoon. My name is Leanne from Plaza Secondary. And thank you for the presentation. I'm going to ask you a question about home learning. How did you, like there was no teacher to explain to you, how did you learn on your own?
How did I learn on my own? Well, it wasn't easy, I'll tell you that. Definitely when it came to my experience, given my subjects, it was very, very book heavy. I was in my books 24/7, and I would only leave my room to either eat or that's it. So just go through the books, back to front, upside down, however you can. Focus on your books, because they have all the knowledge you need. And if you don't have books, ask your teacher. If you're lost, you don't know how to ask. You don't know how to ask, pardon me. You don't know what to do. Your teachers are there. They are there to help you. I'm sure that you have some form of a WhatsApp group, or if not, approach a member of staff and ask them for the teacher's number, and you can get into contact with your teacher, or even emails more professionally. The teachers are there to help you. Never feel that you are alone. Your teachers are always there for you, and that is something you should never forget as a student.
Thank you. We have one more from the student side.
Okay, my question right now is for Mrs. Valente. I said correctly?
Valentine.
Valentine, sorry. Yes. How do you feel about... No, wait. Sorry, that was wrong. My question is, have you talked to your students about how they felt when you were changing the strategy? Their opinions on how they felt. Do you have any idea?
Yeah, student voice is a big one in the school. I mean, there's always other ways to improve it, but we've got student council in both primary and secondary schools to listen to how the students are feeling. We've also got regular surveys every term. We've got a short survey for the school, but also at the end of every year, we've got a bigger survey to help us in deciding on our strategic aims for the following year as part of our 5-year plan. We also try and involve the students as much as possible in decision making. So I was talking about interview processes earlier, recruitment processes. So our students are part of that now. They do interview prospective applicants, teachers, new members of staff. They give us feedback. They show them around. And it's really important that the students, for me, the learners, are part of the school, they're part of the decision making, so that they feel involved, and where there is an issue or something that they feel could be done differently in the school, it's a lot easier for them to come forward and speak to the staff.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Valentine. We have Miss Beverly.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Miss Beverly. I'm Deputy Principal at the School of Advanced Level Studies, and Angela right here was my past student. Angela, I want to know, while you were at SALS, do you feel like you had enough support, not just academically, but did you feel like you belonged to the school? Take your time.
I would say so, yes. I did feel I belonged, or rather, no one made me feel not belonged, so to speak. I felt like I did matter and that I was not alone there, not only in the sense that there were other people also going through the hardship that is A-levels, but also the students, the teachers, as they would constantly check in. There's also a student counselor, and yes, I did feel like I fit in.
Yeah. We're taking one last question. Anybody? To close out the session? No? If not, we would like to thank Angelo and Mrs. Valentine. Please let us give them a round of applause. Thank you. And I'll also ask that we give a round of applause to our student learners in the room. They've been brave enough. They've asked questions. And I hope whatever advice you've asked for and you've been given will come fruitfully for you towards your studies. So we'll hand you over to Mrs. Larue.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tyra, and thank you everyone for your very active participation and thought-provoking feedback and comments. Let us just give a round of applause to all our presenters today. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Education, I would like to thank you all for making this a very productive symposium. Let me also take the opportunity to thank today's speakers for their informative and interesting presentations. We hope that the presentations have been stimulating enough and that they fuel you to really think about attainment and how each and every one of us can play a very significant role in helping our learners to reach their ultimate goals, whether they are, like we have said throughout, academically or vocationally oriented. We need to focus on this specifically. Let me just remind everyone that we will be seeing you again tomorrow for the second and final part of this symposium, which will focus on the presentations of different sub-themes surrounding the learner, assessment, the role of teachers, the role of stakeholders in learners' attainment, and how to ensure that every learner is included where attainment is concerned. And this will proceed with a plenary session, so we will have a plenary, and then we will have some group presentations by all participants. So everyone here today, you've been placed in a specific group. If you don't know which group you've been placed in, you can ask afterwards. But just to ensure that tomorrow when we come, we all convene here by 9 a.m. like you've done this morning. And once we've done the presentations on the sub-themes, we will all break off in little groups, and tomorrow you will know where exactly each group will be positioned. Okay? So I will see you all tomorrow. And like I said, just a reminder, program tomorrow will start again at 9 a.m. I know you are all tired right now and you're all feeling very hungry, so not to worry. We've got your lunch planned, so we have lunch available. Again, like we did for break time, there'll be a station upstairs in the cafeteria, and there's another one in the MOE hall. If we can proceed, I'm not sure how to split you all to ensure that half goes up here and half goes there, but just see if you see too many people upstairs, just move to MOE hall, because it's a bigger hall and it holds more people. Okay, so thank you again and have a good afternoon.